Eu fui amigo, ja. Hast du schon, oder? چی بشه؟
वजन Okay. Okay, we are ready. We are ready to start. Good morning to you all. Dear participants to the 7th Global Procurement Conference, a warm welcome to all of you here in Villa Mondragone and on Zoom, wherever you are. I remind all of you that there are 2 streaming rooms around here in the back if you don't find a place in the major room. Simply looking at the crowd that has gathered here today, we can all grasp the full meaning of the word global. We are honored in these difficult times to witness the presence of people from so many different countries who have decided to meet as to share ideas, vicinity, respect, and friendship. We are so excited and a bit emotional. It's written also here. Yes. Emotional about being back in our Tor Vergata University of Rome, 14th century villa, to reestablish the potential of networking, and especially face-to-face interaction. The opportunity to see old time friends is, to use a word rarely used in the procurement world, priceless. Welcome to all the representatives of the various generations of public procurers from all over the world of our International Master in Public Procurement Management at Tor Vergata University and of our joint master with Belgrade University, both generously and constantly supported by EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. A particular welcome to all those IMPPM generations with which we were not able so far to celebrate their achievements in presence. We are ready to catch up this year in the afternoon of the 6th, after the end of the 6th Global Procurement Conference. The format of the Global Procurement Conference has not changed. 3 broad topics, each topic with 2 sessions, 2 speakers per session, followed by the important phase of the customary debate with the public. Each session within 90 minutes, and my job as a chairman and the job of my friend Bata and my friend Annalisa will be just one of making sure that the 90 minutes are respected. The topics, very important point, I should remind all of us, were chosen with your help. So they were chosen at the end of last year's conference. And therefore, I kindly ask you to contribute again by, before leaving us tomorrow, filling up, and starting possibly today, filling up your evaluation of this year's event and writing your suggestions for the next one. Very, very important. The usual hope, which as organizers EBRD and Tor Vergata share, is that at the end of this event, each one of us will go back home with the renewed pride of working in a strategic field that can change the world, and with the awareness that so much still can be done, thanks to each one's dedication to change for the better of the ecosystem of procurement. This might lead you to think that the word global within GPC implies a standardization of practices to converge to blindly. We beg to disagree. With my friend, Professor Peter Trepte, and other colleagues, we had the honor to participate and contribute to the recent publication of the World Bank Global Procurement Partnership for Sustainable Development. I have to read its quite long title. In it, you will read the following statement, among the many. Each country will necessarily balance and pursue procurement-related policy objectives, whether transactional or strategic, in ways that maximize value for its own stakeholders. In other words, continues the sentence, application of value for money is contextual and therefore potentially subject to wide divergence between and among countries depending on the relative mix of national socioeconomic priorities in each country. A radical change of the institutional perspective regarding procurement that I personally, I think Peter too, commend. This does not imply, obviously, that we cannot learn from each other. To the contrary, a lot can be learned from each other. This is why we're here today, eager to share and to listen to the many fantastic speakers that we wish to thank for accepting to be with us today and tomorrow, which takes me to the last part of my speech, which is the thank you time. Obviously, let me thank beyond the speakers, my friend at the BRD, Jan Jackold, with whom we have been able in the past, yes, hopefully in the past decade, exactly, and more than that, to stroll along a wonderful and seemingly never-ending path of capacity building in procurement, but more about this also tomorrow afternoon when we will have an important, very important moment with our students. Thank you also for its generous support to the company Enel. Some communications, very, very important, critical, otherwise Professor Sikiritsa will kill me. At the end of the first session in the morning, you are not allowed to eat if you haven't stopped by here to take the customary picture outside of the entrance. Very important. In your folder, you will find a short description of a project to develop new training materials and new digital certifications in the digital and sustainable procurement area. At Tor Vergata, we are developing an Erasmus Plus strategic partnership project that precisely focused on this target. It's called Proc2Go. We welcome you to contact us for knowing more. And finally, last but not least, the work of my colleagues, of my colleague, Annalisa Castelli, of our incredible staff, Simona Rippo, Maria Cristina Cerri, Antonina Zappulla, has been duly noted, I'm sure, by all of you. We will have time to dedicate to it the appropriate resonant recognition. And Jack.
Yes.
I leave you the floor.
Oh, really? Oh. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, as Professor Piga was saying, it's a very emotional day for both of us, for all of us. Yeah. And it's the 7th conference, but it's also the 10th year that we are running the master program. Yeah. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. And for all of you which are here, you have one common denominator, and that is that you have a great interest obviously in procurement, project management, everything that goes with it. Yeah. But today, I think procurement is just an excuse. It's just an excuse. At the end of the day, now, when we are living in a very tricky time, with loads of scary things going on around us in the world, just the fact that we are together is, to me, fantastic. Yeah. And I would like to add that as a celebration for this conference, you know, being together, because whilst procurement is going to be the excuse for us to meet, the most important thing is people. We are meeting together as people, and we celebrate that we are together. And I wanted to do this in reading, if you excuse me, a poem. And the poem is from a guy, an Australian guy called John Mark Green. He is an Australian investment banker who saw the light and stopped being working in the bank. He saw the light through poems and realized this is my new call. Yeah. And he is also a philanthropist and with a particular focus on education. And I thought that that is also a good reason to read from him. But I like this one very much, and I really hope that you will do too. So it's called A Brief Awakening. In the vastness of the outrushing cosmos, you are but tiny, a warm and pulsing spark. Against all odds, your birth, a brief awakening from silent eons spent sleeping in the dark. When you feel your heart swell with wild wonder at the dazzling diamond chandeliers at night, know your body was built from ancient stardust, and the universe now sees through your eyes. So let the breath of sweet gratitude fill you as the light of each new day begins. For this moment itself is a miracle, and to live it is your privilege, my friends. And I think that is really beautiful. Great to see you all. Fantastic. Have a great time.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Very needed, Jack. Thank you so much. Jack, you may stay here, but if you want to see the slides, you can also go back there.
I will see it from Cosmos. Yeah.
So we're gonna have I am the chair of the national procurement session. We have two moments: emerging economies, which public procurement. Then we have a coffee break, and then optimal governance for national public procurement. So we're gonna start with Hamid Sharif, Peter Trepte. Step in. Thank you so much. I'm gonna introduce you. Peter, you start, or you're gonna start. Okay. You can do your presentation there, or lo fa da questo computer?
It is going to go
That computer. But not your computer. Not your computer.
No, that's okay.
Speaker.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Nuovi slide.
Yeah, no problem.
Grazie. Nuovi slide, cioè, sì? Okay. So I'm going to introduce our two speakers. Peter Trepte, a practicing barrister with Littleton Chambers in London and of counsel to Greystone and Company in Brussels. He's a senior fellow in public procurement law at the University of Nottingham, head of the unit on corruption and public procurement, and deputy director of the Public Procurement Research Group. I must also add the leader now with Anna Lachimia of a fantastic other conference that is done every 2 years in our partner university, Nottingham, the Global Revolution that so many of you know. And the recent event was really fantastic. At the international level, he has extensive and wide geographical experience in public procurement reform, including the drafting of national laws and implementing rules and regulations in the field of public procurement. Then I'm going to introduce also my dear friend Hamid Sharif, who is Director General of the Compliance, Effectiveness and Integrity Unit of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, with more than 25 years of experience in international development, with extensive experience in developing Asia across major sectors. Governance has been a major area of focus of Hamid Sharif's work. It includes work on anti-corruption, accountability mechanism, governance policies of the Asian Development Bank, as well as operation with substantial governance focus. He has served in various capacities in ADB, Asian Development Bank, including Assistant General Counsel, Head of Procurement, Country Director of People's Republic of China Resident Mission, where he managed a portfolio of more than 10 billion. Their task today was highly requested last year from the public. Why don't you talk more about emerging economies? And we are delighted that these two very distinguished speakers accepted to be with us today. And so without further ado, Peter, you have 30 minutes. Thank you for being here with us.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to have to look at change the slides. Oh, hang on. Could we, can we put my slides up? I'm sorry, we changed the order.
Ah, okay. È l'altra presentazione.
Yeah, I should explain, we changed the order because we're sort of, I discussed with Hamid, and we're sort of going to do a good cop, bad cop routine. And in this case, I'm the bad cop. So I'm going to tell you how it doesn't work. And hopefully Hamid is going to be a little bit more positive and tell you how it could work better. So that's why we were doing it. So I thought I'd give you the bad news first, and then we'll give you the good news afterwards. So that's why we decided to change the order of events a little bit. And I have to say, I'm really happy with the topic. I'm glad that Gustavo asked me to do this. Although I suspect I'm maybe not the best person to provide you with any answers or any solutions. I've been grappling with this problem for the last 30 years or so. And I have to say, I still don't know the answer. So again, I'm not sure that I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to give you a solution. I'm just going to give you some more problems. I remember in the 1990s going to Laos, and somebody said, oh, to help them draft their new procurement law. And somebody said, oh, but this is going to be such an easy job. Just take the European directives and then you can convert them into Lao legislation. And in my naivety, I actually thought, well, yeah, why not? I mean, they're a good set of procurement rules and everybody's, sort of worked on it so hard that now we may have got to a stage where there is some good procurement law that we could adopt. But then I had to go and explain to the minister why we were going to do the law as we proposed. And I have to say, I had great difficulty in trying to work out how I was going to tell him that non-discrimination was something big for Laos. I mean, this is a communist country, it's a landlocked country, and yet I was going to try and help draft rules based on non-discrimination, because you know the European Union rules. It's not about good procurement. It's not about trying to get good procurement outcomes. Don't kid yourselves. The European legislation is about completing the single market. It's about stopping the French preventing German suppliers. I used to say British, but we're not there anymore, so I can't.
You're really a bad cop.
So I'm really a bad cop. Yeah, I mean, I really shouldn't be here at all. Sorry? Oh, yeah, okay, that's fantastic. No, thank you very much for that. But, you know, the rules in the European Union are about non-discrimination. So it's about not discriminating against foreign products. I can't go to the Minister of Finance in Laos and say, actually, I'm going to draft these rules, but what I'm trying to do is not stop Thai companies coming in. That doesn't work. Okay, that's not the basis on which I should be helping them draft legislation. So copying what was in the European Union was the last thing I should be doing. Of course, I didn't do that. I was told to do that, and I had this great idea that it would be that easy. So of course, then I stupidly asked the Minister of Finance, well, why do you want the procurement rules? Why do you want them to be improved? And the answer I got was, well, if we don't do it, we don't get the next $16 million from the loan from the Asian Development Bank. Now, that wasn't quite the answer I was hoping for. It was honest. Of course, it was honest, but, you know, it was not about lofty procurement objectives and goals, which is what we try, you know, which we're all talking about generally. So that came as a little bit of a shock, but it was honest. And in the end, perhaps that is what we needed to do. That meant we knew what model of procurement rules we wanted. We just had to copy what the Asian Development Bank did. They would be happy. The Minister of Finance would get his next $16 million and everything's fine. You know, so there it was very easy. We knew we could say quite happily what the model was that we were going to be following. But that's just to say it's not quite as simple as you might think. It's not just turning up and then just copying any legislation that happens to be at hand or that you're familiar with. That's really not what it is. Now, the title that I'm given, I can't even move this forward.
Non funziona il muovi slide. Right?
Ah, there we go. Yeah. So it's all about emerging economies, as if we know what an emerging economy is. I'm not entirely sure that there is a single definition of this. In fact, you know, there's a lot of procurement reform going on now in the United Kingdom, and we're emerging from the European Union, which is what gives us the justification for revising our procurement rules. I'm not sure that's what meant by an emerging economy, but I could certainly see how it applies. And given our economy, I'm sure we are certainly becoming a developing economy very quickly, but that's probably a comment I shouldn't be making. But the point is that there isn't a single definition of what is an emerging economy. And I think it really depends on what your standpoint is. So rather than look at a type of country or a definition of a country, I think what's more important is to look at the characteristics that are presented in any country that you're looking at. So if you go to let's call them, well, I'll call it an emerging economy, but you go to an economy, you go to a country, what you really need to do is try to understand what the situation of that country is. As Gustavo said, we're looking at, every country will have their own objectives, but they also have their own conditions. And that's really, I think, what the starting point is. And there's a whole series of different things that we would need to be looking at. So there are economic and political aspects that I think are very important from the outset. And that includes the degree of development. So how far advanced are they in developing their economies? And I don't mean just financially, I just mean in terms of structures. What level of governance structures do they have in place? What institutions are available? Because not all countries have sufficient institutions. What legal framework do they have in place? Do people tend to follow the law or not? What people are there? What capacity do the people have to do procurement in any degree? So you need to look to understand what the position of the country is. Transition economies, that's another one. So, and by transition economies, I mean those that are moving from command economies, so former communist countries, into more developed market economies. I mentioned Laos at the beginning. I was there 30 years ago. I'm there now. In fact, next week, in 2 weeks' time, I fly back to Laos. That was a communist country, still is a communist country. And when I go back next time, I know that what I have to do is try to explain to them once more, after 30 years of trying to say the same thing, that actually you can't fix the prices. The market tells you what they are. No, but that's not the price we expect to pay. So it's still this idea that they can direct what the prices are in the economy. And I have to say that's a problem I have in all countries, in all developing countries or emerging economies that I go to. It's this idea that you can estimate, I estimate so accurately the price of any product that you know what it is you're going to pay. Whereas actually in a market economy, which is where procurement or public procurement rules operate most obviously, the market tells you what the price is, the competition tells you what the price is. And unless there is an issue with the competition, so if there's a market failure, if there's dominance, if there's collusion, of course, there are lots of problems in the market, but if the market is operating correctly, then it will give you the prices. And trying to explain that in many countries is very difficult. So, and particularly I find in transition economies, those that are used to a command economy, trying to convince them that actually there is something called a market that gives you the price is very difficult. So again, it's not just the degree of development, it's also the type of country that you're looking at, the political background. And a good example of this is in Europe. Of course, now we're used to having we have so many member states. I keep calling them the new member states, but that just shows you how long I've been at this. But the former Central, Eastern and European countries, which were communist, which were in the different sphere of influence, which somebody's trying to bring that back, but they were in a different sphere of influence. They had command economies by and large, not entirely, but by and large command economies. They all wanted to join the European Union. Now they're there, so we don't think about it. But at the time I was there in the 1990s, they wanted to join the European Union. So what did the European Union do? They said, if you want to join, you're going to have to take on board our public procurement rules, and we'll give you a little bit of leeway. So the market access conditions we're going to give you, say, 10 years in order to get that together, but you must immediately put in place our procurement rules. Now, just imagine these are countries that didn't really have full market economies, not operational. Suppliers didn't understand how to sell to the government because there weren't any suppliers half the time. And suddenly we tell them you have to comply with these market economy public procurement rules. I think we did these countries a huge disservice by making them jump from command economy to full market economy before the market economy was there. And I think we set them back many, many years. So now, of course, they're all very happy using public procurement rules, but the early days were very hard. They couldn't comply, they didn't understand, it didn't work. And it was a period where they had been using rules that were developed by the banks. So they'd help them develop their procurement. And perhaps we should have let that happen rather than jump straight into something that was about non-discrimination and so forth. So I do think it's very important that we bear in mind what the situation, political situation of the country is, so that we can actually help countries develop more quickly and better, rather than force them to do something they're not ready to do. Post-conflict states, well, they're emerging from conflicts. There may be no institutions in place to carry out the functions that are necessary to put in place what we would consider to be good public procurement rules. And quite often there, you'll see that banks who are helping them in a post-conflict situation will simply pay for a procurement agent to do the procurement, while at the same time trying to build up the institutions, not the laws necessarily, but the institutions and the people who will be capable of applying the laws as and when they arise. And I should say, all you've got to do is pay a silly lawyer, a stupid lawyer, to go and write you rules. That's easy, but that's not going to make procurement happen. There's so much behind it, so much institutional reform, so much capacity building, so much change management involved. That's the key to procurement reform. The law is really the smallest part of that. Although as a lawyer paid to do this, of course, I have to say, no, the law is very, very important. But to be honest, that's the least of the problem. The biggest problem is getting the whole country and all of the stakeholders ready to apply these rules. I say geographical here as well. I think the geographical situation of a country is very important. And I'll give you the example of New Zealand. Not that I'm suggesting for 1 minute that New Zealand is an emerging economy, but it was something that it hadn't really occurred to me. But even there, this is a problem. So the chief procurement officer of the World Bank, who was responsible for the reforms of the World Bank, he's there, but not in that role anymore. But he was from New Zealand, and he was explaining what the problem in New Zealand was. It is a developed Western economy, no problem with funds, but they did have a huge problem with procurement. And that's because they were so isolated. They were so far from everywhere. Nobody would go and sell to them. So they had the money, they wanted to buy, but nobody would sell because it was a long distance. The transport costs were high, the insurance risks were high. And why would people not just sell to more regional, to more local buyers rather than go to New Zealand? So there, the whole procurement system in New Zealand was predicated on the basis of a much greater use of framework agreements. So it was bulk purchasing, aggregating demand, so that they could make themselves of interest to foreign suppliers. Okay, so the problem was completely the other way around than what you would expect. Now, I use New Zealand just to show that this is a real problem anywhere. But you look at places like the South Pacific, the Caribbean, some islands that are in even further remote places, landlocked countries. They all have these issues. What their problem is not changing the rules for the purchasers, but actually trying to attract suppliers. So the geographical location means that they have to develop or design their procurement rules in a way which will attract suppliers. That's hugely different to, let's say, in Europe. You just have to make sure there's non-discrimination because you just have to go 2 miles down the road and you're in a different country. It could be the case. So it's a completely different situation, and that really needs to be taken into account. Fragility, well, this is also part of being in a post-conflict situation, but it may just be political instability, economic instability, and certainly we're going to see a lot of that now following the different crises that we have. So I think that's going to affect the way in which we look at procurement. Legal characteristics, well, it is a question of what the legal situation is in the country, but also respect for the law. Maybe whether it's a common law or a civil law country, that will also depend. That will also dictate the way in which you're going to look at procurement reform. I always think of Bhutan as an example. I worked there a long time ago. And in Bhutan, the MDB, the multilateral banks that I was working for, they all wanted a law on procurement. You know, they really like this strong law. It has to be at the top of the hierarchy. So they said, right, in Bhutan, we want a law. I'm sorry, they don't have a parliament. You're not going to get a law. Okay, so this is something, you know, like we have this model, there's a law, there's regulations, but it doesn't work. In Bhutan, they worked on the basis of financial rules, a little bit like in India. You know, all the different states, they all have general financial rules as well as a set in India. And that's the basis on which we drafted the procurement regulations in Bhutan. It was a set of rules, but it was signed off by the king. And in Bhutan, if the king tells you to do something, you do it. There was much more respect for the procurement rules that were signed off by the king. Happily, he signed them, than if there'd been any other sort of legislation in inverted commas. The king now turned himself into a constitutional monarchy rather than an absolute monarchy. So there is a parliament and there now is a procurement law in Bhutan. I'm not sure what the compliance with that is, but my guess is that it's probably not as good as it was before, simply because of the way it was signed off. So all of this really to say that for me, I think context is the key. It's not what the country is, it's not what model it is that we have, it's what the context tells you the procurement needs to be, the procurement rules need to be. I actually remember when the World Bank was starting the process of doing these reforms in 2016. Now, I hasten to say this was before the new team came in, which actually made the changes, but this was some of the older people in the bank who started working on the new reforms. And I loved one comment. It's actually, I kept it. It was in writing. It was just lovely. And they said, yes, well, now we're going on to our second generation of reforms. Okay, that's interesting. So that is causing this. And they say, now we've got the rules in place. Now we have to determine what the context is. Excuse me. Surely just because you forgot to look at context in the first time round doesn't mean that it wasn't important. It's just you forgot it. And so I was actually quite stunned that this is what they thought was going to be the driver for the second generation, that somehow context now became important. For me, that's always where you start. And when I'm working on any procurement legislation, that's where I begin. What is the context? What are we trying to achieve? I don't really care what the model is. Because if you look at models, I mean, there is plenty of choice. You can look at all sorts of things. You can look at other countries. So one country could say, well, I'm going to take the law of another country. I'm going to take my neighboring country. Maybe transition economies, they'll say, well, this country followed this sort of law, so why don't I take that and I will copy that. It happens a lot in Francophone Africa, because although some of the texts like UNCITRAL are translated into French, other models are really based on things like the common law system, and they're not all in French. So the Francophone countries in Africa sometimes sort of look to France as their inspiration, and so we'll use the text from there. And they are based on civil law, not common law. And that is, it's not so much a big distinction in what the rules look like, but there's a huge difference in approach. You know, the common law tends to be a little bit more pragmatic. The French law is based much more on procurement being part of financial administration. And that's what you learn if you do procurement in France. I did my law degree in France, and public administrative law is where you find procurement, and procurement is about following rules. It's not about achieving objectives. Now, I think everything's converging a little bit, and I'm sure that distinction is completely exaggerated. But just to understand, you can think of common law being more pragmatic and civil law being more dogmatic in the case of public procurement, at least. You could look at the rules of donors, for example, and the multilateral development banks, which is where a lot of countries do look. And the multilateral development banks, of course, their rules are designed for their projects, their procurement, the procurement that they fund, but they're also used to a large extent as templates for procurement reforming different countries. So what you'll see is the World Bank goes in and said, okay, we're going to fund reform in your country, so just use our rules as your model. That's where you start from. That's a bit problematic. I mean, the World Bank rules, and this is before the not really a revolution, but before the change in 2016, there were articles talking about the World Bank rules as the gold standard. And I should say that other MDBs have very often, so the ADB used to have rules that were very similar. EBRD is not the same, but also has quite similar rules. They're based on the same fundamental premises. And yes, you could have called them the gold standard, if you were one of the Indian railway companies, sorry, I shouldn't say that. If you were doing large infrastructure projects, so they are, you know, the rules are fundamentally based on or predicated on the basis that what you're doing is buying large infrastructure, which is what the bank does. So yes, they may be a really good standard because the bank has a lot of experience in very high value, quite complex infrastructure projects where there's a group of companies internationally set up precisely to meet those requirements. But if, as a bank, you're actually funding nurses to provide and administer vaccines in regional areas in different countries, you don't really need the FIDIC conditions of contract. That's really not going to help you very much. So I think there is a limitation in what those rules do, and therefore in how useful they are in transposing to any other country. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm talking far too much. I'm sorry. I will try to speed up. And the other thing is, because they're designed for World Bank procurement, they cover what the World Bank is interested in. So you'll see the World Bank is very interested in consulting contracts, but doesn't care at all about other services. So it's consulting services, not other services. So when you get to a law that follows it, you'll have a special provision on consulting services, which countries use far less than the World Bank does. But on all the other services that the countries use, there are no rules in place because the World Bank doesn't do it, so the country system doesn't do it. So a completely useless set of rules for what the country does. I think the point I want to make, and I'm going to have to do this more quickly, I'm sorry about this, is that the similarity is fictitious, because actually there's a lot of difference in the rules that you see. Difference in terminology. So what is a restricted procedure in UNCITRAL is not the restricted procedure in the European Union. That's just an open procedure with pre-qualification. Limited procurement is actually what other countries call direct procurement. So there's difficulty in understanding what these rules are. But the main point is, I think, that there are completely different objectives. So even if these rules look similar, if all of these models that you can look to look similar in terms of substance, they're actually very different. So I've mentioned already the European Union, that's about non-discrimination. The WTO and the GPA, that's about market access. It's not about being good procurement officers, it's market access. The multilateral development banks, well, it's about economic efficiency, but for large infrastructure projects, for example, and it's to deal with bank procurement. UNCITRAL, well, that's a much more neutral, if you like, set of rules, but it's still based on trying to increase international trade. UNCITRAL is about international trade. So there is a gloss on those rules. It's not purely magnanimous, if you see what I mean. And MAPS is a benchmarking tool, and that also sets out what you would expect to see in a procurement system. But MAPS is also aspirational. So it will say, for example, oh, we think that sustainable public procurement is really a good goal. And if you don't do that, then maybe we're going to put a red flag. We're going to say that there's something wrong with the system. Well, with respect, that's something that the country involved should be deciding. MAPS can assess how well or how badly it's been done, but you wouldn't use that as a template for how you would do procurement. Now, I think one of my problems with having a look at all these models is that what they do is tend to emphasize the how of procurement. They don't tell you the why of procurement. And I think unless you understand the why of procurement, then you don't understand procurement. And I don't think you can implement procurement rules very well. I've explained the how is these models, you can look at them, but all of them have objectives, and that's the why. And if you understand the why, you can understand how those rules should apply. I'll give you a very silly example, and that is in the European directives from the beginning, it's always said we need economic and financial capacity. We assess that. And how do we do that? Oh, well, we can pick up bank statements and so forth from the entities, which costs money, but that's another issue. So they have to deliver all their original profit and loss accounts and statements. And everybody asks for them. And when all the new member states joined, they automatically asked for all of these. And I remember going there and say, okay, you collect all these documents, what do you do with them? Oh, well, we don't do anything, we just collect them. I mean, we're told we're supposed to collect them and they're there. Yes, but there's a reason for it. You're trying to find out what their capacity is. There was nothing in the directives, and none of these the new member states knew why they were collecting all this. They just did, and increased the cost of the procurement and therefore the prices that were charged. So unless you know why the rule is there, you end up not being able to implement the rules at all well. And that's one that, I mean, it's a silly example, but I think that's one of the things I want to get across. And so understanding why tells you what the objectives are and tells you how it is you should be implementing or designing your procurement systems. And I'm saying that it's dependent on objectives and there are trade-offs. And that's because what I love is in every procurement system I see, new ones, it's that, okay, we have these objectives. We want accountability. We want responsibility. We want value for money. We want lowest price. They want everything. You can't have everything. I'm sorry. If you choose to, if you choose to have the lowest price or value for money, if you're trying to have the lowest price, it's not value for money. If you want a law based on anti-corruption that focuses on eradicating corruption, you're not getting value for money. If you want to have very green procurement, you're not having value for money. You may do. Well, I said this is subject to what we how we define value for money. But if you define it as, you know, getting a good price, meeting the objectives, then it doesn't fall within the definition, for example, of value for money that the banks are using. Because in order, you know, there is a trade-off. And the rules that you put in place, the inflexibility, the rigidity of the rules that you need if you're trying to eradicate corruption only mean that you're not going to be able to look at broader things. You have to think of the auditors. If you're a procurement officer and you have a choice between buying the lowest value, the lowest price, or something that offers you more value for money but costs a little bit more, you're not going to choose the better one because the auditors are later going to come down on you and say, sorry, why did you not buy the lowest price? You must be corrupt. You know, that's what happens. And you speak to procurement officers and that's what their problems are in practice. So there's a trade-off. So you can't get everything you want. You have to decide what your objective is and design your rules in that context and be ready to design the system to meet your objectives. And so that's why I think, for example, the context becomes completely critical, and without it, you're not going to get any rules that are going to work. It's not going to be the right way to do it. And the problem with these models, I'm hoping I've explained that by some of the examples I've given. But the real problem is that you take the rules out of context, because all of them have been developed incrementally or organically in the context that they exist. They don't, in most countries that are used as models or the models themselves, they just don't appear. They're worked on by different people. It's always a compromise, and the national laws are different. The EU is a great example. In the first set of directives that we had, you absolutely could not do green procurement. The European Commission, until very recently, till 2014, said absolutely not. The court said, well, actually, why can't you do that? And had to come up with some really clever analysis in order to allow green procurement. But the European Commission said absolutely no. Then everybody started like green procurement, and other parts of the Commission started following green procurement, green objectives. So the Commission then did a complete volte-face and said, oh, yeah, ignore what we said before. You do have to do green procurement. And actually, we're going to force you to do it in some circumstances. And that's fine. That makes it much better. But what everybody forgot to do was actually to change the objectives of the directives, rewrite the directives in a way that allowed that to happen more easily. They're still based on non-discrimination. So if you read them, you still have a difficulty in putting in place green procurement, even though it's not only allowed, it's actually mandatory in some ways. So that makes it difficult. That gives us an issue. Transposing into the context, you take these rules, you put them into a different context, that causes a problem. So again, I'm coming to this question of, is the country ready? Does it have the institutions? Does it have the legal framework? Does it have the people? Are the auditors ready for any change in the way you're going to do this? And then just finally, let me go through some of the other issues that I have. Country laws and models are works in progress. Up to 2016, all the multilateral development banks were going in one direction and said, this is what you have to do. In 2016, oh, all changed. Suddenly procurement is about something else and the objectives are different. Okay, so which model did you look at? Were you looking at the ones pre-2016, which of course we did do pre-2016, or are you looking at the one afterwards? Thank you, the bank, because now all the work I've done pre-2016, I have to go back and change it all again. So, you know, the more countries I worked on, I thought, oh, I'm actually doing myself out of a job. Once I get to the end, that's the end. Well, no, they've just changed the basis now, so we can go back and start all over again. So thank you, bank. But my point is that this is a work in progress. And so you whichever one you pick, you've got to be aware of the point at which the model has got to. It's not just where you are, it's where the model has got to. So using the shortcuts just to say, well, I'm going to pick this doesn't really help because it doesn't take account of the position that the government in. The models are not harmonized. Well, up to 2016, all the banks, for example, were trying to coming together. The rules were looking more and more similar. The documents were similar. Everybody was, and one of the things I didn't like was the EU, the GPA and UNCITRAL were all converging. So everything was coming the same as if one size fits all. Happily, I must say, I think that's changing now after the World Bank went off in one direction, leaving everybody else to wonder what they were doing. Other banks have sometimes have gone in the same direction. Some haven't gone in that direction. Others have gone in a slightly. So I think now we're not in a harmonized situation, which I think is beneficial because we've got more choice. But it does mean that you have to pick your model very carefully because they have different objectives. Even value for money, Gustavo mentioned it. Value for money was introduced in the World Bank provisions in 2016. And I have to say, I agree with Jack that this is way behind the curve. I mean, this should have all happened. But then the other banks also adopted value for money. Did they adopt the same definition? They're all slightly different. So what used to be harmonized, at least price we could understand, now value for money is all different, which is quite right, because as Gustavo said, it will depend on each of the countries. So there is no understanding of what that is. So make up your own. You know, decide what value for money is and don't try to take some definition from everywhere else. I mentioned MAPS, the sort of benchmark. It's the best we have in terms of benchmarking, so I'm not denigrating at all that, but it is aspirational. It was also drafted by people with certain agendas in mind. And so you have to take that in the context that it's drafted and the purpose of MAPS. So even there, if you think it was just a benchmark which tells you what you need to do, be careful because not all of it is that. Some of it is what you should do in the future, what countries could be considering. So all of that to say, I have no idea which model of public procurement you should be using. All I can tell you is what you shouldn't be doing. But I'm going to hand over to Hamid now a little bit late and hope that he has got a more positive message and can explain what it is countries should be doing when they're looking at their procurement reform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Very little to add, if not to say that you didn't sound to me like a bad cop, more like a caring but worried cop.
Sharing is sharing.
Yes. I mean, now the good cop.
Thank you very much. Hope
Thank
you
you,
can
Peter.
hear me at the back. And if you can't, just raise your hand and I'll try to speak louder or move the mic closer to me. Let me first of all say that Jack and Gustavo and EBRD management, which supported this program. I remember Jack mentioning this program at one of the heads of procurement meeting. Unfortunately, I was not able to persuade ADB management to support this, but I'm so happy to see how far this has come. It's really delightful to see that this program has been running now for a while, and just meeting some of you and looking around, it's a very impressive achievement, Gustavo and Jack. So congratulations, and it's a real pleasure for me to be here to be part of this this event. I think while we can get a little bit depressed about the state of procurement, let me try to put a more positive spin on this. When I joined development in 1993, the procurement departments of MDBs were dumping grounds for staff who weren't doing very well elsewhere. That's the truth, because those were the days in which in developing countries, and I dare say even many developed countries, procurement was something anyone can do it. right? You don't need special skills for that. It's an administrative job, low value job. So we've turned that around. I mean, I think there's a remarkable progress, at least in thought, though I think we have a long way to go to achieve the objective. But the fact that many countries today are creating special procurement agencies, are professionalizing procurement, that I think is part of the context in which we exist. So what drives, I'm going to talk about what are the drivers of procurement, anyway, if someone can find that, but I can.
Hold on.
Yeah.
La nuova presentazione. I think
Okay.
it's your slide. You need to.
Good.
Is this the first time?
Yeah, this is
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
That's fine. I've got
Is
it.
this yours?
Thank you. Yep. So I'm going to talk about what are the drivers of procurement. So when a developing country policymakers think about procurement, what do they think about? Well, they don't want procurement. It's in human nature that none of us want to be accountable, right? It's just, I don't want to be accountable. If I had the choice, I don't want to tell you how I spent my money, where I went and who I met and so on. It's just human nature. So probably many people who are spending that money don't really want to be accountable. And, therefore, procurement and audit, these are people who make trouble, right? So that's the objective reality in which we exist. But the good news is that there's the other part. The other part is there are citizens. A while ago, Peter said that when he went to Laos, the Laotians couldn't understand why they couldn't control prices. I don't blame them, because they are deeply, deeply skeptical about the market. What is the market? You see, it's very well at a theoretical level for developed countries to say, let the markets function. But when you don't have the institutions to make the market work, we know even from developed world experiences, and I'm talking about the global financial crisis, you can't control the market. So this deep skepticism about the market is real in developing countries. And that skepticism is there about public expenditure. So when you look at the mindset of the ordinary citizen, first of all, there's a tremendous accountability deficit in these countries. And they want to know how money is being spent. First of all, are the right things even being procured? Why is this road being built and not that road being built? When you have limited resources in a country, where do you spend those precious resources? That question, I think, bedevils almost every country, including developed countries. Then how do you choose what is to be procured? And that needs a process, a planning process, a participatory process in which people can have confidence. And I think that is one of the things which drives procurement. And of course, are people getting value for money? Are they getting the best price? However you define that. That, I think, keeps people agitated, and people want to know that their procurement systems are able to deliver value for money. And they want transparency around this. There are just too many instances of corruption. I had the anti-corruption function in my bank, and previously as head of procurement in ADB, I sat on the corruption committee, anti-corruption committee, and I know that 90% or more of the complaints about integrity come from corruption, and we all believe this is just the tip of the iceberg. what we see is nothing compared to what is going on. So that is what drives, I think, many citizens to take an interest in corruption and to be concerned that their systems actually work and that they're able to get competitive prices when public money is spent. Now, I want to share with you something. I hope, Gustavo, you share this publication which you pioneered with the ADB back in 2009 or no, 2011. And we took it to Busan when the big meeting happened after Paris and so on. And in that publication, in that research, which Gustav helped ADB with, here's a very, very interesting figure for you all. If developing countries could bring efficiency to procurement, they would save anywhere from 1 to 2% of GDP. What does that mean? That means you would save more money than you get from all the development agencies. Just think about that. That's a very, very powerful finding. And therefore, the ability of procurement systems to save money and have efficient procurement is very important. Now, there's nothing new in what I've said, but why isn't it happening? What is so difficult that we can't get these things to work? Because there is still resistance in the system. There are people who don't want to achieve these objectives because there's a lot of money at stake. So the most obvious thing you would have thought that if you're interested in this is that you would have a lot of transparency, right? You would declare, well, first of all, you would explain, why are you procuring these things and not those things? What's your justification? Is that debate an open one? Is enough information put out in the public domain for ordinary citizens to understand that? Secondly, once you've decided that you want to procure this or these items, are you disclosing the budget? What's your budget for it? And how did you arrive at that budget? I'll give you my favorite example. And if someone has an answer to this, please give me this, because I've been asking this question to operations people in different development banks, including my own. You take the cost of solar power. Now, in some countries, solar power has been bid out for 11 cents, 12 cents, even 16 cents, I know in one case. In other countries, it is bid out at even at 2 or 3%. 80–90% of those panels come from China. The cost of producing the panels is the same. So how do you explain this difference? Now, I can think of some good reasons. So country risk varies from country to country. The tenor of the financing varies. So if you have a long tenor for financing, you will get a lower tariff. And if you get a shorter one, then obviously the payback is much quicker, so the tariff will go high. I can understand some of that, but I can't completely understand why it's 4 or 5 times more expensive in some countries. Why is the same kilometer of road different in different countries? These are the sort of questions we need to probe in order to get to the sort of transparency which is needed to deliver results on the ground. So disclosure of data, I think, is still not happening in the way it should. And even when some disclosure is made, it's way after the event. Why does it take months or years for disclosures to be made? First of all, why can't the budget be declared even before the procurement? And why can't the results of the procurement and the costs involved be actually made available to the public much quicker than they currently are? I think there are challenges, and these are the sort of things we need to work on. The other thought which comes to my mind is that a bit like the market, we assume that the market will work. And similarly, we assume that the market for information, demand, and for good governance will work automatically. It doesn't, it needs investment. What I mean by that is that if we think that information should be disclosed and there should be public oversight, you need to invest in that. You need to invest on the demand side of governance. And I think many development organizations and even practitioners are blind to that. We take it for granted that there are people out there waiting for this information to come, and they have the capacity to analyze and say, you haven't done this, you haven't done that, I need to do this. No, that capacity doesn't exist. We as a society need to invest in that capacity. So you need to develop capacity of NGOs, you need to develop the capacity of the media. Many of the journalists are economically illiterate and incapable of analyzing many of the procurement decisions which are made. So unless those investments are made, and of course the third part of civil society, which I think is very important, is academia and researchers, that we have to make sure that enough money goes into think tanks, researchers, institutes, so that they can play that oversight role and help governments to be a lot more accountable. And I think these are the sort of things which can go a long way in driving good procurement. I think what the COVID experience of procurement has taught us is this huge need for oversight. And beyond the traditional oversight, because I believe now with COVID and with what's going on in Ukraine, the world is going to be for some time moving from one crisis to the other. And in this state of crisis, procurement is going to assume a very important role. When the next pandemic comes, are we ready? Are we thinking about permanent structures to bring better governance to procurement in a crisis such as the next pandemic or the next war, which then triggers an economic crisis? And this is very, very real. These crises are very real. Let me tell you, I've traveled in from Islamabad. The temperature here is fantastic. I know many of you are waving. You see I'm wearing tie and I'm cool. I'm not sweating because I'm coming from 2-3 weeks ago, the temperature was 44, 45. And now the temperature has come down, but humidity has gone up because we've got early monsoons. But because of the Ukraine war, the gas suppliers to Pakistan have defaulted. Well, they've technically not defaulted because they would rather pay the damages for not delivering because they can earn a much bigger profit by selling to Europe. So Europe is distorting world energy markets, and poor countries like Pakistan can no longer buy gas, and therefore there is no power available for large parts of the country for several days, for several hours during the day. And so coming from that background and coming into here, for me, this is quite good weather. But coming back to the point that we need oversight during crisis, that we need to put in mechanisms so that when the next crisis occurs, we don't repeat some of the gross misprocurement and frankly straightforward corrupt procurement which we have seen across the world. This is across the world. This is not just to do with developing countries. Corruption happens everywhere, as I think COVID has very loudly demonstrated to us. As we think about how to achieve these governance objectives, you need to think about the structures. Still, in many countries, you don't get centralized or even regional procurement agencies on the government side. You got very decentralized systems with a lot of discretion to a lot of the government agencies. So, one agency can be paying X for, say, pencil, the other can be paying 2X. There is nothing happening in government to bring the sort of efficiency and to realize the potential of saving 1 to 2% of GDP. Now, if you want to do that, there are experiences which need to be looked at. I'm not suggesting you, rather like Peter, there's no need to copy, but I think there is very good experience out there. Having lived in China for 10 years, I'm a great fan of procurement agents. I think the Chinese procurement agent system has really, for them, it has really solved a big problem. So if I'm an agency to procure something, I have to appoint a procurement agent from an approved list. And is that procurement agents, and they are staffed by professional procurement people, and they then go out and procure, and they're very heavily audited. The role of audit in good procurement is extremely important. I used to run for the ADB for a portfolio of about $10 billion. And every year we used to bring all the implementing and executing agencies together. And we also used to bring the auditor. Oh my goodness. When the auditor came, you saw the agencies really paying attention, because this is a very powerful auditor. You are on the wrong side of the Chinese auditor, you are in trouble. And so I think you need that sort of a system in which audit really means something. It's timely and it holds people accountable. And I think as we think about systems and governance issues around procurement, I think that is one of the very key things to think about. Next, what might be the other consideration? If I'm an policymaker in a developing country, what do I want procurement to achieve? Well, I want procurement to achieve economic objectives for my country. I want procurement to help my industry to generate jobs in my country, right? And we're seeing more and more of that. So you're seeing many countries now specify domestic content requirements or local preferences where, if you're a local firm, you get a 15% head start or something like that anyway. You want to have your own SMEs preferred, right? So these are becoming very, very important issues, and they're deeply related to what else is going on in the world. Now, domestic preferences for the point of view of policymakers are great for their own economy. They're great for competition from their point of view. It sets their firms up to compete internationally, because if you prefer them, give them preferences locally, eventually you're enabling them to be more competitive to the outside world. Let me give you a couple of examples of the sort of preferences. For example, in Indonesia, there's a regulation introduced in 2021, which puts quite a few restrictions, additional restrictions compared to what they had before, where foreign companies, if they want to bid in Indonesia, they have to go into partnership with local firms. They've increased the local content requirements, and these are now substantially higher thresholds and they've introduced higher thresholds in order to allow foreign companies to be able to participate in government tenders. They've required that you've got to have local subcontractors, etc. Turkey has made similar regulations particularly in the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices, electronics, machinery, and electrical equipment. And again, thresholds have been raised in order for foreign company to be able to participate. They've introduced 15% advantage for local governments. And India, similarly, if you're following the Indian solar scene, In 2017, India said, well, solar panels will carry a particular tariff, import tariff. That import tariff has been put up even more earlier this year because they want to have indigenous production of solar panels. How that's actually going to play out is going to be very interesting because, you know, this is not a simple technology. You know, you still need to import the raw materials from China, basically. So, but it's to give you an example of what's happening. Now, if you read some of the what the energy sector experts are saying, this will push up tariffs in India by 10, 15, 20%. So there's a cost to be paid if you're going to go down the road of having local content requirements. I think the big challenge which the India example throws up is that as we move into more technologically advanced sectors like energy, where you're looking at renewables, well, that technology is not available to everybody, right? You're going to have to import that technology, and therefore, I remember, Jacques, you probably remember in 2009 or 10, the head of the World Bank Procurement at the time, Bernard Beck, brought to the heads of procurement meeting an interesting issue. He said, well, you know, we're doing this big solar project in Morocco, I think. And the Moroccans are saying, hey, but it's not going to generate any jobs for us because everything's going to be imported. So we're going to spend, you know, the hundreds of millions and we get no jobs out of this. Now, I visited just before COVID, the Benban project in Egypt, which is probably the largest solar project financed by EBRD and ADB and IFC. AIB and IFC. It's the largest project in Africa. And when you go and talk to the communities, which we did, you find out, well, there's jobs are generated for about 18 months. So for 18 months, because the panels have to be put up, so a lot of labor is required. So suddenly you get a ramp up in labor, and then you get a big drop. Because to run these things, you need what? 30 people, 40 people, 50 people? You don't need many people. So the communities are scratching there and saying, well, what did we get out of this? Because the power is probably evacuated to serve large urban centers elsewhere. So there are issues, I think, genuine issues around new technologies, which I think we have to get to grips with, because developing countries are spending all of this money, you know, they're borrowing this as debt, they have to pay it back. They're saying, what are we getting out of this in terms of jobs and transfer of technology? So I think these issues of national economy considerations are very, very real. And I think we don't, in the developing institutions, pay enough attention to it. You know, as kind of champions of the, you know, in international competitiveness and so on, I think we just simply forget that. And I think there is a time perhaps now for us to start of thinking about these very real issues, because in the long run, how do you bring development and jobs to these countries? I've got 5 minutes, so let me speed up. Infrastructure. Let me be very quick on this. You've probably heard the mantra. I've been in development since '93. I've been hearing these tall claims about private capital mobilization. You've heard about going from billions to trillions, right? And every single MDB, and AIB is not an exception, we aspire and we are trying very hard to mobilize private capital. Well, here's the reality. Out of total infrastructure financing in Asia Pacific region, this is a back of envelope calculation by some colleagues in our operations department, less than 5% of it was financed by MDBs. The rest actually came from commercial banks. But even if you take that into account, the demand was something like, say, 1.2, 1.3 trillion. And between all of us and the commercial banks, we were not even doing 20% perhaps. So there's a huge unmet need of infrastructure financing, which has to be done. And procurement is very important for that, right? Apart from other things. So first you need the right regulatory frameworks, the right policies in place to bring the private sector in. But if you manage to do that, then you have to have sensible procurement around it. And this is where I think there's a huge challenge for most countries, because I think most citizens in developing countries are highly skeptical of the bidding processes. They believe that they're being ripped off. At least a large number of them believe so. So the legitimacy of private sector financing for infrastructure, I think we have to do a lot of work on this. And procurement has a very important role to play. And building the capacity to work on infrastructure, private infrastructure financing from a procurement angle, I think is extremely important. And it's very much ignored, even though I think many of the developing agencies, all in good faith, are mobilizing to bring in private capital. I don't think the investments are going into building capacity, so that you get the right lawyers, the right regulators, the right economists, the right financial experts, and the right procurement people who can help countries to procure these at sensible prices. And I think this is going to be a huge challenge. And this is important because ultimately, who pays for private infrastructure? Citizens. Either you pay through taxes, which are used as subsidies, or you pay user fees. These are the only ways that private infrastructure can be paid for. It's not magic. It's not free money, right? So someone has to pay it back. And to pay it back, you can't do it unless you get bankable projects. And that's where, again, I think, thinking about bankability is something which I think procurement people don't necessarily do. Last but not least, can we go on procuring without thinking about sustainability? It's not a choice. Just is not a choice. I think, the imperative of green procurement is upon us. We need to, again, I come back to the question of what are you going to procure? Start asking that question more and procure less. Make assets which you already have work longer so that you don't add to waste. And I'm very happy that recently I attended a webinar on electronic procurement, and I think UNEP is taking the lead in this. It was very good that there are now mostly developed countries which are coming around the table and thinking about how to procure digital stuff, computers, and so on. And you do it in a way that it is green. You look at the life cycle costs. You try to reduce the number of widgets you have to buy and so on. But I think you have to incentivize sustainability. I think you do that by regulations. I think regulations are important. It is shocking that in many developing countries, we still don't have eco-labeling really done in a scientific manner. So if you walk into a store, you're buying, say, a fridge, there's no minimum requirement in many countries for energy efficiency of fridges or air conditioners or fans. And I think, there's a lot to be done in terms of regulation on that. But I think the other thing with the developing countries, coming back to national economy considerations, is that you need to participate in this, because if you want your own industry to be competitive, and if they're going to export to large markets in US and EU, unless you're doing eco-labeling and you're paying attention to your supply chains being green, you could be excluded, right? So I think that's a very powerful incentive for developing countries to pay attention to this. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amit. I take, if we have, and now we start with the debate part. I take I'm going to tell the people that are on Zoom, please not to speak, but to write. So I'm going to take your questions when you write on the chat. I wanted to say a couple of things that if there is any time left, I would be extremely curious to know a little bit more about agents in China and the procurement agents and how they work. I also take it as a link between the two speakers, this plea that you have just done for meaningful auditing. And then I go back to Peter and I say, okay, but audit for what? What is the objective? What is the impact that you want? So it has to be a culture of auditing for what is then the goal, the final goal, not just simply the numbers. So I think there's a lot that has been put on the floor, extremely interesting interventions by our speakers. And so the tradition is we pick up the mic. I imagine we have a mic available where our people on Zoom can also, I imagine, listen. Please be brief with your questions. Don't make long speeches because we have a tradition of many people wanting to ask questions. And we only have half an hour for that. I don't know what is going to happen with the mic, but I suspect Jack wants to say something. Knowing my friend. I see the mic here. Yes, to Dr. Jackalt, and then we start.
Oh, well, why not?
Can they hear Jack on Zoom?
Closest. Can you hear? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know, in both presentations, you know, there's a lot to be discussed. You know, it's very clear. So, but since I need to ring fence that, I will just start with one thing. You know, and Peter, you know very well from our discussions in the past what I thought about the, let's say, the World Bank revolution in terms of the procurement system, let's say, procurement approach. You know, but you know, going back to what you exactly said. Was about value for money, which you know, it's one of the key points in this, where obviously there are so many different views of what value for money is. And just to give my very short comment on that, I don't think that let's say buying low cost, if you call it like that, necessarily is not value for money. You know, it could also be value for money. You know, so it's all about the interpretation. It's like the old, good old cost benefit analysis. It all depends on what parameters you put in. You get a different result there. So, just to put you on the spot, Peter, what's your take on what is value for money?
I don't have a definition, if that's what you're after. But I mean, all I can say is I completely agree. It depends what you value. You know, I mean, it's not like perfect competition where you're expecting individuals to act for private utility. I mean, governments also have obligations. So they may want to buy the lowest price because they have no money, for example, but they have other duties. They have to look after the country. They have to follow national objectives. They have to follow social objectives. In the UK now, everything's about social value, regardless of price. I was quite surprised when I had somebody from the UK government tell me, you know, we're doing social value. We have to look at supply chains. Everybody has to go down and make sure their subcontractors are complying with this. We have to do investigations, which is hugely expensive. Now, I'm not saying that you don't need to follow social value considerations, but I actually would quite like to know how much it costs, not because it's going to affect, because it does affect the price. It doesn't mean I'm going to change my mind, but I'd quite like to know how much I'm paying, because that is an element of value for money. What do I value? Well, I do value social value above, for example, price, but I actually want to know what that's costing me, because I need to make that equation. And that's what slightly worries me about some of the ways we're going, because the answer I got from the UK government representative at the time was, we require them to do it. We don't want to know how much it costs, because we simply have to meet that objective. And that's where I think we're slightly losing touch with reality, and we're losing a little something that has to do with cost benefit analysis in procurement. I think there's always this cost benefit analysis, but it is a question of what you value. If I value green products over non-green products, then I will pay a higher price. That's my decision, but it's a sovereign decision, and that's what's important. It's for the governments to decide what level, or I mean, what they value and up to what level. So I don't think there is an answer. I mean, if you ask my grandmother, I have to say that this is one of the problems about being an English speaker, a native English speaker. It's a disadvantage in the global procurement world because everybody uses words in a way that they understand them, but it's not the way I, as an English or British person, would understand them. So value for money, you asked my grandmother, just, well, getting more of what you wanted, but for a lower price, you know. So for her, it was a question of, I want more. So if I see a sale in the supermarket, that's going to be more value for money. And that's a pretty honest and fairly clear way of looking at it. But if you look at a government, then it can mean anything you want it to mean. And I find this quite difficult. I'm slightly irritated when people just say, well, we're looking for value for money, and that's it. Well, yes, but sorry. Then you have to take it further and tell you what for you is value for money. It isn't one definition. I'm going to say, look at the banks. They all have a different definition. If I had the answer, I'd bottle it and sell it and I'd be retired by now, put it that way.
Hold on, stay there. I know your temptation. Hold on. By the way, please raise your hand. Yes, I can, so I can see you when to give you the floor. We have a question from the chat from one of our students for Hamid. Nurul Islam, why not harmonize the procurement policy among the MDBs?
Why not? I'm all for it, frankly. I think there's a lot to be said. It was harmonized actually until recently. I'd stepped down from being head of procurement, and after that, a few years later, I was quite surprised to learn that we would manage to disharmonize. I think this will come at a huge cost for developing countries, because when you go back to Accra, Paris, and Busan, what has been driving a lot of one of the themes in development is that we need to lower the transaction costs for countries. So if I'm now an implementing agency receiving funds from 3 different MDBs, I now need to know 3 different procurement rules. And I think this is just not sensible. So I couldn't agree with you more about the need to harmonize.
Thank you very much. My name is Tünde Tátrai from Corvinus University of Budapest. Can you hear me? Right. Fine. So in several European Union countries, we have serious competition problems in public procurement. But in order to get the risk and resilience fund money, we have to accept some kind of conditions, for example, to increase the single bidder procurement, the number of single bidder procurement contracts. And this is a problem because especially in the Central Eastern European countries, the proportionality of single bidder contracts in public procurement is 39–40%. So we have to accept to decrease it into 15%. Within public procurement. My question is that, is public procurement regulation and public procurement itself a good tool to increase the level of competition and solve this kind of general problems?
I'm sure that also Andrea and Tina are going to write down this question for them, but if you want, both of you. Tunde, you are asked to summarize your question, and I'm not going to do it without your words.
Speak louder into the mic. That would help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to get the mic back.
Just
raise a little bit your
Yeah.
voice. Very short question.
Move the mic closer to you.
Okay, so is public procurement a good tool for increasing the level of competition, meaning the regulation of public procurement, in order to decrease the single bidder contracts? Maybe you have just one bidder because this is our problem. And in order to get the risk and resilience fund money, we have to do it in our countries.
Okay, I think one of the key objectives of procurement, taking it out of a country context particularly, but one of the objectives is precisely to increase competition. I mean, having it transparent, having advertising, not allowing people to restrict the competition. The whole point is to increase competition, but that assumes that the competitive environment is competitive, that the market is competitive, but there will be situations where it isn't. For example, that's why you would use the UNCITRAL model's restricted procedure if there are only a limited number of bidders worldwide. Power generating equipment, there are 3 or maybe 4 now with the Chinese in the world. Why would you bother to compete and try and increase competition when you know that there are only 4 people who who will be able to meet the requirements. So you'd be able then simply to go to them directly. And the same thing, if there is only a single bidder in a particular market, then why not go to that single bidder? But that's really a question of the market. And so if the market is functioning well, or if you're not in a market which is by definition restricted, then the procurement, using procurement methods like open procurement, is going to increase that competition. But I think what COVID showed us is that one of the problem is not related to procurement. The problem is related to the market, market failures, and that causes a huge issue. There's so much you can do with procurement, but you're not going to be able to solve all the problems. And market structure is something that you need to look at. You can use procurement to respond to market structures, but it's very difficult to change market structures in that way. If you have a situation, you have to deal with it. Although, of course, the way you do procurement could actually, and this is, if we've got plenty of time, we can talk about this, but the way you do procurement might actually undermine the market itself, and you might restrict competition unwittingly.
Thank you. That's a great question. Let me just, how accurate you are on the lack of competition. I was in OECD some years back, and I was shocked to learn that despite the single market, which I regard as a great achievement, one of the best achievements in human history, perhaps, right? The EU takes a lot of credit for that. But I was shocked that in terms of cross-border procurement, it was just so low. So the best country at that time was UK. Actually, 10% of UK procurement was actually non-UK countries. But if you went across different countries in Europe, most of the contract awards went to national firms. Now, that tells you something about the nature of competition, about what people believe, what do firms believe. So if I'm and I'm going to throw this out, if I'm a German firm, I'm not going to bid in the Netherlands because I think I have no chance, right? So it's a perception issue, or is it only a perception issue? Question. Maybe the German firm has something which I don't understand, because on paper it seems to be very transparent, advanced country, but then why aren't you seeing more non-nationals winning contracts in EU countries? I think this is something which goes to the heart of why firms bid. Bidding carries a cost. It's not a cost-free exercise. You talk to firms. If you have an MDB, large MDB project, you're talking about $40,000 to $50,000, $60,000 to put in a bid. And then you have barriers like 2% guarantee or something, or experience of 5 years. Well, why not 2 years? Or why a guarantee at all? Now, the way actually the guidelines are written, we can do away with the guarantee, but invariably the national procurement agencies don't do away. So I think these are the sort of issues we need to start paying attention to increase competition. And I think the competition authorities start to look at issues of why isn't there more competition, especially in Europe, given the very good rules which seem to be in place.
I can't resist. Maybe we're going to talk this in the next panel. Whenever there is a link between the UK and competition these days, I'm thinking, and Peter knows this, about the new law that has decided that among the principles, word competition and the word transparency are not to be mentioned. Yes.
Hi, my name is Kate. I come from Moldovan's procurement system and currently working in Irish procurement system. And my question is related to differences of legislation and regulation. So GDPR, that protects European citizens within European Union and beyond European Union. In Moldova, the electronic procurement system is created by the principle all can see all. So it's very transparent. So if a European company participate in a tender in the Republic of Moldova, and all data are disclosed, and they are still protected by GDPR, but that legislation doesn't work, doesn't apply in the Republic of Moldova. How should both parties manage that situation? Thank you.
That's a really interesting question. And legally, I don't know what the answer to that would be. But I think in practice, I think what we're going to see is really people, to the extent that all information is going to be or must be disclosed, then I think we're going to see different mechanisms used to try to undisclose all of that information. There is a problem with transparency, and I suppose I'm a heretic here. Open data is all very well, but as a bidder, I don't want all my data being seen by everybody else. Of course, cartels love transparency because it allows you to police the cartel and make sure nobody is breaching the cartel. But transparency itself, I think let's not consider it as an end in itself. It should be a means to something else. But as we use it to disclose everything, then we have problems. Cartels can use it better. Bidders are not going to want to disclose information. So for example, one of the things I've seen happening in the UK recently is the UK has suddenly decided it wants open data for everything, which was a bit unusual, but it's decided it wants that. So we're going to have to publish all the contracts. But bidders don't want to see all of their know-how and all of the pricing information disclosed. So what we're going to have, I think, and what you see happening is now we've got new forms of contracts. So the contract will give you the basic information, including the price, but then all of the underlying information is going to be put into an annex, which we will be allowed not to disclose because some things will be subject, as you say, to GDPR type provisions. So you cannot disclose some things, even under right of information. There's, proprietary information that doesn't need to be disclosed. And I think that's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see very clever mechanisms used to hide what it is we still want to hide. Now, I don't show that undermines the procurement system either. But what I do think it means is that this idea that everything to do with procurement is going to be available, I'm not sure that's going to happen. There are going to be ways to hide that.
I have a question. I mean, why don't you answer this question? I have a question from Callum Patterson on the chat. The procurement profession in many developing economies is often viewed as an administrative role rather than a strategic role that can add value. Does the panel think there is a need for greater emphasis on capability standards within public procurement? And if so, what values do they think would be the most important?
Well, I think the challenge of professionalizing procurement remains, and that's why programs like this are just extremely important, and we need a lot more of these. But I think procurement itself within a country needs to show results. Why should governments, people value a procurement agency unless you can demonstrate that you have actually saved the money? So I think there should be some onus on procurement professionals in national systems to show the public what value they add. And I think, it's like the chicken and egg. I think once you show that you're adding value, I think governments are more likely to, well, some governments may not, but for the wrong reasons. But hopefully there will be people who do want to see better investment in procurement professionals. So I think the onus is on those professionals to show that they're adding value. Now, when I go around different countries, the reason procurement is seen to be administrative is because it's too bureaucratic, because people are often going to these agencies because they have to. And then, they suffer delays and they say, well, it's because of the procurement agency. We couldn't do this, we couldn't do that. So you get an image of being bureaucrats as people who stop things as opposed to people who facilitate things. So, and I think I'm sure that's one of the things this course does cover, is that how do you become a facilitator as opposed to an obstacle in procurement? I think that's how you can show your value. Thank you.
I can't resist adding your own words. Now you say, why isn't it happening? And then you said there is resistance in the system. So we have to go at the heart probably of that resistance that you mentioned. Peter, you want to add something to this?
Yeah, I completely agree that what we're doing in terms of training and capacity building is really all based on administrative compliance. Hamid was using the word professional, and I'm not sure that professional is how I would describe any of the capacity building that take place. I mean, it's usually to do with funding and also the time involved. You can't actually get people out of the government to teach them procurement very often. So what we end up with is maybe a 1 or a 3 week course where you teach people what the new rules are, but that's compliance. That's not teaching them how to do procurement. And I think that's a huge problem. And what we need to do is to find some way to professionalize, but professionalize is not giving them a certificate of attendance at a 3 week course. Professionalization is giving them a qualification which allows them to do procurement. And that goes far beyond understanding what the rules are. You can teach a parrot to tell you what the procurement rules are, but you have to, I know the rules of football, I can read those, but just because I know the rules of football doesn't make me Ronaldo. I mean, there are lots of other reasons why I wouldn't be.
I'm
Knowing
sorry,
the rules.
You can, it's forbidden to speak in Rome these days about Ronaldo.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. I used to say David Beckham, but that's really way
That's
beyond.
better.
That's better. Don't say that. Okay. But just because I know the offside rule doesn't mean that I'm going to be able to play football well. And I think that's exactly the issue with procurement. It's easy to teach people the rules and then they'll immediately forget them. But to teach them to do good procurement, that's something else. And electronic procurement doesn't overcome this problem either. This infamous Korean system that teaches you how to do procurement without human intervention and without exercising discretion. That's not procurement. That's imposing mathematical algorithms. Now you go and ask your spouses to go out and buy dresses for parties using a mathematical algorithm. It's not going to work. And the same happens with governments. It doesn't operate like that. You need people, and I use the word discretion. People seem to think that's a problem. There's nothing wrong with discretion. There's a lot wrong with the abuse of discretion, and that's what we have to prevent. But discretion itself is not a problem from a competition point of view. Dominance is okay. The abuse of dominance is a problem, and I think that's where the discussion needs to be. And in order to have discretion, you have to be professionalized. You have to understand how to work in procurement, and that is certainly not just following a set of rules.
Yeah, we're way beyond not just the time like Annalisa is saying, but I have a few more questions, but we're way beyond the topic because this is not anymore in this moment a session on emerging economies. Because the things you said, if I put them, for example, and Andrea knows what I'm talking about, in the context of the European National Recovery Plan, and you see how these countries are working on training these procurement professionals that are supposed, well, it's all about knowing the rules. Andrea. The microphone here, thank you.
Just a very brief comment to the question on my left side, the one concerning if public procurement could promote competition. The brief comment is that, I mean, first of all, I wouldn't ask too much to a single tool. I mean, it might be helpful, public procurement, but it is not its goal. It's mere goal. I think that I fully agree with Peter that market structure matters, of course, but I think that also a lot depends on how tenders are designed. It is not only a problem of the, let's say, the supply side, but it is also a strong problem of the demand side. And in this perspective, I was quite curious about one of the last remarks Hamid stressed at the end of his presentation, the one concerning sustainability. I think that the more sophisticated the goals of public procurement, and sustainability is a sophisticated goal, the more difficult it is to design a proper tender. So I think that, I mean, whenever it's very fashionable nowadays, and I think it's not only fashionable to speak about sustainability, we need sustainability. I fully agree with you, especially for developing countries. If they don't deal with sustainability, possibly they cannot be competitive in Western markets or whatever. But I think that sustainability is a very qualitative goal, it's a very discretionary goal, and I can't avoid discretion. I agree with that. But I mean, it's very sophisticated. And on the other side, there might be greenwashing. It might, let's say, encourage green pollution. Let's say, and since sustainability requires cooperation, and there is good cooperation, but it might be also bad cooperation, which means collusion and a bad outcome for public procurement.
No, that's a great observation. I think sustainability is complex, but I think for developing countries, it's just putting in place some of the basic mechanisms to help procurement professionals and agencies which are going to procure. And in China, for example, there is an interministerial committee comprising of the NDFC, which is the big cross-sectional department, ministry, MOF, MOFCOM, and the Environment Ministry. They have an interministerial committee which looks at the issues of sustainability and issues guidance and directives, including eco-labeling. And it's saying to agencies, look, these are the things which are, and when you procure these items, this is what you should be looking for. So I think that sort of more granular guidance to procurement agencies is extremely important. And I think that for emerging countries, that's badly needed. And that might be something which I think, in terms of capacity building, frankly, I think the MDBs should be paying attention.
30 seconds, Jack.
Very quickly, and this is not a question, it's more a, let's say, comment to the question which came about why are the MDB rules not looking the same? Yeah, I just wanted to close that one. But very important there to start with, in my opinion, is exactly what Peter was saying, that you need to look at the context first, because we all are, let's say, working in a different context with a different ownership, with different objectives, etc. And that is also driving the type of rules that you want to have. And that's why one of the reasons why I don't, let's say, think we are never going to end up, we would never have ended up even in the past with exactly the same rules. Having said that, I also want to say, for my benefit, I hope that Enzo, my friend from the World Bank, is listening, that at the end of the day, whilst our rules nowadays maybe do not look the same, we still work very much on making sure that we adhere the same principles. The basic principles are the same, and I think that is a very important message in that in the context of that question.
Thank you so much. I think it was a wonderful moment of debate. I still have my question pending on procurement agents in China, but I know I'm going to be killed. So thank you so much for all the guests, and please a round of applause. There is a coffee break, which I kindly ask you to understand. We're going to shorten to 11:30, so please take advantage. We're going to start sharp at 11:30. The next session on optimal governance for national public procurement. Thank you so much.
See you now. Open your mouth. See you now. Open your mic.
Oh boy.
Hello everyone.
Okay, let's start. Vieni Andrea. Chi è che inizia di voi due? Andrea o Tina? Tina? Questa è tutta roba di Tina qua? Yeah? Ah, dimmelo queste cose. Ok, quindi io devo tenere di fatto un'ora. So I am always pleased. I'm already pleased that you're here. This is the most important thing. Okay, we're ready to start, even though I know, but I'm not gonna wait that the Italian in us brings you back here. We're gonna start. And so I am delighted to open up this session on within the national procurement session, this part on optimal governance for national public procurement. You heard a little bit bits and bits of the word competition, but now I think it's going to be, given the weight and the reputation of our two speakers, one of the key items of the debates here. So let me introduce our two speakers, then I'm going to tell you actually how it's going to work, because we let our speakers coordinate ahead of time. So we're going to have a different, very special to me, thank you. We're going to have a very different type of organization for this part. Let me introduce our guests. Tina Sorreide is professor of law and economics. She studies corruption, governance, markets, and development, and she's currently with an emphasis on law enforcement. He has been recently appointed Director General of the Norwegian Competition Authority. She was previously employed by the Faculty of Law at the University of Bergen in Norway, the CHR Michelsen Institute, CMI, and the World Bank in Washington. She teaches courses she taught courses in business ethics, corruption, and governance, and she organizes at NHH a research program on corporate compliance and enforcement. She has been engaged in policy work for the Norwegian government, and as many of you know, internationally, including the OECD, the European Union, World Bank, development agencies, and governments. I just want to add, please do read her work. It is extremely interesting. It is extremely interdisciplinary, and you will grow out of reading that work. Andrea Pezzoli is Director General also, so we have two Director Generals today. Director General for Competition at the Italian Competition Authority. In his current position, he supervises the work of the 5 competition investigative divisions. Prior to this appointment, he was head of the Investigative Directorate Food, Pharmaceutical, and Transport, and chief economist at the Italian Antitrust Authority. Just like Tina, he has published several articles on antitrust issues. He regularly speaks at national and international conferences on competition law and policy. And let me add that he's one of the most important Italian advocates of the interaction between public procurers and competition authorities for a better procurement effectiveness. So how is this going to work? It's going to work a little bit differently. We're going to have our two speakers speak 15 minutes each, 30 minutes. So first interaction. Then we're going to leave the floor for questions and clarification to you guys for 10 minutes. Then we're going to start again for another half hour, 15 minutes shared by the two speakers. and a final session of 20 minutes debate. So without further ado, I'm going to give the floor, delighted that both of you have accepted to be here, to Professor Tina Sorede. Tina.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. And while your colleagues prepare my slides, will you put them up, please? I want to say that I am really grateful for being here. I have attended this conference several times, and I find it amazing the way the university and Gustavo Piga manages to bring people together from so many different countries. And I think the master program that you organize is also a fantastic program. When I came to the Norwegian Competition Authority, I realized that we have no focus on public procurement specifically. So given my background, having studied corruption, public procurement, competition, and so on, I thought this is something I need to do something about. So I was so happy when Gustavo invited me to come, because I am in the process of considering what is the role for the competition authority. And that is the focus that Andrea and I want to focus on. What is the role of the competition authority for better public procurement? And okay, this one? Here it goes, yeah. So as Gustavo mentioned, we will have two sessions. First, we will focus on obstacles to fair competition and the role of competition authorities. And secondly, after we had a Q&A, we will focus on the consequences, strategic choices when it comes to imposing consequences on those who cheat. What is the role of competition authorities in that respect? And we had this great question in the previous session: what is the connection between competition and procurement? And this is something that Andrea and I will try to answer. And also I have to say that presenting together with Andrea from the Italian Competition Authority makes very good sense, because one of the things I realized when I came into the world of competition authorities is that there is a very, very good cooperation across Europe and across the world. So this is also, these are my allies, and we have some tough battles. So it is a world where it's important to have allies. Now, from the perspective of the Norwegian Competition Authority, it doesn't really make much sense to focus on public procurement in particular, because we are working on all sorts of markets and competition. So why would we have to focus on public procurement? And especially because this is an area where we already have a lot of safety measures. We have much more regulated acquisitions in public procurement compared to private procurement. Big companies, their acquisitions are extremely important in markets, of course. So why focus so much on public procurement? And we also have institutional barriers. We have competition in markets, and also we have democracy. So if governments fail to deal with procurement properly, they couldn't be held accountable by them democratically. Well, those of you who are in this room know that there are some weaknesses with that notion. There are some specific challenges, especially when it comes to big contracts and complex contracts. And the issue of multiple political goals is a real difficulty. So there are different incentives on the side of buyers when we focus on public procurement, and that matters for the function, how competition works. So we call it political economy. So when I worked at the World Bank, we didn't use the word corruption that much. We were focusing on political economy problems. That was a more diplomatic word, but we all knew that it was a code word for corruption. But also it can be really hard to deter failure. So the consequences for those who fail in public procurement, they are not necessarily so serious because they know they may be protected from public prosecution, and also the consequences in terms of administrative consequences are not that severe. So that's why we want to go a little bit into the consequences part as well. Now, in terms of, I will say something about the role of competition authority, but just a few more words about why there are problems in public procurement, since this is something I have been working on for so many years. And I could give you a very, very long list. So I have just selected some examples. One of the problems is the difficulty of insider outsider. And we heard in the last session that most public procurement goes to national companies, and they are often insiders, right? So competition doesn't work that well if we only give contracts to those that are close to us. And procurement officials will often prefer to give contracts to firms that they know it is not necessarily corruption. And there are many ways that this can happen. For example, when I worked at the World Bank, the advice was to have a pre-qualification round. So above, when the companies had been pre-qualified, the price should be decisive. That rule, and I'm glad we don't harmonize that across all the multi-development banks, because that rule, it really destroys incentive to go the extra mile for the sake of innovation, because innovation will not be rewarded under that rule, right? The insiders will often know the threshold for the pre-qualification. Another issue is the strategic complaints, because we know that there has been so much focus on transparency in public procurement, and of course I'm in favor of that. The problem is that insiders will often know exactly how to exploit the rigidity and the rules and the transparency. So for example, if you have insiders who can complain on procedures after there has all bids have been announced, they can exploit the situation and obtain retender and win because they know the bids, you know. So from a competition authority perspective, we are a bit cautious when it comes to transparency. We want transparency in specific ways. It shouldn't promote cheating or bidding or collusion. A third example, renegotiation ex post tender. That's also something we see from the perspective of development banks, that there is a huge amount of renegotiation in some sectors. And now I'm also thinking about concession contracts. And insiders will often be the best able to know how they can win a contract with a low bid and then get the opportunity to renegotiate. So these are simply some examples. Another way, another obstacle to fair competition that I wanted to emphasize is something I was thinking of, something that Gustavo wrote many years ago in a book that I co-edited with Susan Rose Ackerman, and he, because he cited a publication on that explained how that many of the problems that we believe is corruption is actually a lack of competence, and if so, the solutions for authorities is to improve the level of competence among procurement agencies. And Gustavo explained that, well, this distinction is not so clear, and in many settings, actually, those who want that there are officials who may benefit corruptly from somebody else's incompetence. This is also why, of course, these courses are so important. But I think that is also an important matter. And in Norway, the Norwegian government wants to focus primarily on higher competence, as if corruption is not really a problem. And that is of course, a mistake. I recommend this book chapter by Gustavo. He addresses a number of really important matters in this chapter. Emergency, I will be quick on this one because I have something more to say about competition authorities. But I just want you to remind you that emergency clauses can be misused in many different ways, and this is just one further option way in which the rules failed to protect competition in public procurement. So I think there is a very important role for competition authorities. And what are the core responsibilities of competition authorities? That is to prevent market concentration. Very often it's not only about merger control, it is also to instruct governments on what to do to reduce the entry barriers into a market. This is essential. This is essential for public procurement. Reduce entry barriers in all different ways. Detect and act against bid rigging. So cartel, that is the core function of antitrust institutions, of course. Very, very important for public procurement. Detect and prevent misuse of dominant position. And of course, market surveillance, and also we supervise governments in terms of how to promote competition and public procurement in many different ways. So competition authorities have an important role for public procurement. The question is it good enough? Are we able to deal with the problems that we are talking about? So NCAs, that stands for National Competition Authorities. And we focus on competition control, but very often the problems in public procurement will not fit the threshold for intervention. For example, in Norway, we get a lot of information from procurement agencies who say that there's a dominant player, or the companies are bid rigging, but maybe the dominant position is dominant enough for us to act against it, or the bid rigging cannot be proved well enough. So that is often a difficulty. We complaint-based control. So many countries have only a complaint-based control in public procurement, including my own country, Norway. We have auditing as well, but we don't have random controls as we ought to have. But those who benefit from collusion, of course, they will not complain. If there is a bid rigging, they will not complain. They will continue. It's extremely profitable. And the price quality combination, it may look just fine. And when there is a retendering or modifications to the contract, it is always justified. So it's very difficult for us to act against such impediments to competition. And also, competition authorities, we monitor markets efficiently. The problem is that the data we get from you are not good enough. So the data we get from public procurement agencies, they should be better. In Norway, we have data on the winning bid. That's not enough. So in some countries, including the Italian competition authority, they have worked hard to get proper data. So this is something we will hear about very soon now. So let me see. I had one more point I wanted to make. Competition authorities can impose sanctions only on violation of competition law. However, many of the problems are more complex. If it is corruption, it has to be dealt by the the public prosecutor, and there are other problems are part of it. So we have to work well together with other agencies, and that is not always happening as well as it should. So now I want to turn to Andrea, because so we have organized this in a sense that we can hear about the situation in Italy as a case. How are they working? So the question for Andrea, what is the situation in Italy? What are the Italian competition authorities' approaches to securing competition in public procurement? And as I said, I'm very interested to hear about this myself, because I really want to learn what I can do to work on public procurement in the Norwegian Competition Authority. Andrea.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. So as a perfect free rider, I exploit Tina's introduction. So I limit my introduction to to the thanks to Gustavo, to the University of Tor Vergata, and the initiative is as often as usual as a very interesting one. And I immediately enter in my role. And as Tina said, I'll confine my presentation to the interplay between antitrust law and public procurement. And I would also say more interested in the supply side issues rather than on the demand side issues and the accountability and then transparency, even though, as Gustavo knows, I mean, there is another tool that we use, that we largely use as a competition authority in order to foster competition in the public procurement, which is the advocacy tool. In the advocacy tool, we suggest the procurement agencies how to design a better tender, let's say in terms of requirements, in terms of number of allotments, in terms of all the specific features that you require in order to participate in the tender. But I'll focus my 10 minutes now on, let's say, on the supply side of the issues. But nevertheless, I cannot avoid stressing in general terms how important could be an efficient public procurement in this specific phase. I mean, Tina has already stressed how public tenders, public procurement could be affected by emergency. And I think that emergency in Europe now could be extremely, not only in Europe, but worldwide, but in Europe with the next generation EU and the, let's say, the funds that are related strictly to the implementation of investment infrastructure and the like. Possibly there is an emergency push that we have to balance with the competition issues in order to, let's say, to design a proper tender. You need time and you haven't time. So there is a trade-off between being timely and respect the requirements in order to have the funds, the resources, or to be, let's say, more precise in competitive terms, but possibly too late. So this is a trade-off that we have to keep in mind now. But as Tina said, we have divided our presentation in two sections. You can see the outline. Have no time just to enter into details, but just starting from the beginning, as it is polite to do, I would say I would underline some general remarks. When I say in this specific phase, I say in a phase where inflation is determined by increasing costs. It's not a demand inflation, it is a cost inflation, and public procurement might help to mitigate inflation. Let's say an additional goals among the others, among the transparency, accountability, let's say industrial policy, protection of the quotation marks national industry. Some of the goals are not particularly familiar with competition policy, but I mean, I realize that they exist. And I mean, in this specific case, with the inflation determined by increasing costs, collusion becomes a strong temptation, especially among small and medium-sized firms. I mean, they try to shift in the downstream markets the increasing costs through collusion, sometimes through implicit collusion, which is not a sin in competition law, because I mean, if you behave independently, it is not a violation of in Europe of Article 101 or in the Italian law of Article 2. And we have to keep in mind that during the crisis, cartels are more stable. So it's, I mean, the incentive to deviate is much, much weaker. So in these specific phases, I mean, competition law and a better public procurement could be extremely, extremely useful. And fight against cartels becomes more central. And I mean, I remember that was Peter or Hamid, Peter, just referring to emerging countries, we have to explain them that they shouldn't fix prices. I think that sometimes such an explanation is required also in developed countries, especially in these specific times, in these strange times. I mean, for instance, we have to explain consumers, citizens, that speculation and increasing prices is a story, and collusive increase in prices is a different story. And on the latter, competition authorities would intervene. As far as speculation is concerned, we haven't tools to fight them. So when speculation occurs, there's the, let's say, the demand for price fixing might come from citizens, and we have to explain that it is not a good idea. It is a short-time idea, it's myopic. So we have to fight in a completely different way. Tina asked me which is the approaches which are privileged by the Italian Competition Authority. I would say that, I mean, bid rigging, and especially bid rigging in public procurement, has always been one of the priority of the Italian Competition Authority. In 30 years, more than 70 proceedings concerning bid rigging and public procurement has been decided. They're quite a lot. I mean, about 25% of the proceedings concerning restrictive agreements coped with strategies aimed at distorting the outcome of public tenders, which means, I mean, there are completely different kind of cartels, but 1/4 of them concern public procurement and public tenders. In the last 10 years, this percentage has increased dramatically, reaching 30%, 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3 of the cartels concerns bid rigging in public procurement, which means that whenever there is a public tender, somehow some players begin to think that colluding is a good idea. And it's not, in general terms, it's not a good idea at all. And in 2015, 9 proceedings ex Article 101 out of 14 dealt with public tenders. In 19, 7 proceedings out of 9, which means that it is really one of the priorities of our intervention. Currently, there are still 4, I would say, interesting cases in progress concerning public procurement. But as Tina said, I mean, competition law is quite simple. There are mergers, abuse of dominance, and cartels. So, and when we speak about public procurement, we don't necessarily speak only of bid rigging. There might be also a problem of abuse of dominance. In the last 10 years, for instance, in the Italian Competition Authorities dealt with 5 abuses of dominance aimed at impeding the design of a proper tender or at delaying the entry of the winner of the tender. I mean, through the refusal to provide essential data or essential information that the procurers need to design a proper public tender. So the incumbent refuses to give access to data or information, or in some cases assets. For instance, as far as public transportation was concerned, I mean, they refused to give access to the essential assets to design the tender or to start the new service. In these cases, it was quite interesting that one of our tools was particularly appropriate. So we started the proceeding, and since the very beginning of the proceeding, we stated that interim measures have to be imposed. So in the meanwhile, provide the essential information. At the end of the proceeding, we'll see that if this is enough or if it is not enough. Okay, there will be a sanction at the end of the proceeding, probably. So bid rigging in public procurement, the most frequent strategies. I'm going to conclude this first section, which are the goals of the collusion. So the market sharing, the typical scene, the typical competitive scene, in this case is market allotments sharings, or supportive bids, so false bids. I pretend to bid, but I am not really bidding.
strategic errors aimed at favoring the design member of the cartel. So for instance, the incumbent will be at the end of the day the only participant because the others by chance made some mistakes for the participation. Strategic use of subcontracting. There is an interesting case, which is a current case, where there is a very clear and regular use of subcontracting. I am going to win that allotment. You are going to win the other one, but I need your subcontractors in order to, to share the market. Boycotting extra cartel competitors. If there is a particularly efficient players who could threat the participation of at the public tender, I mean, there might be a collusive strategy in order to boycott him, or boycotting public tenders, refusal to provide essential strategy. I'll be quite brief on these two slides concerning joint bidding agreement, because joint bidding agreement could have pro-competitive or anti-competitive effects. It could be pro-competitive to the extent to which it increases the number of competitors, allowing the joint participation of undertakings which wouldn't be able to individually participate in a tender. Or it could be anti-competitive when the intended goal is only to avoid competition. But it's not easy to distinguish these two situations. This is the two situations. This is a very difficult type of restriction to be assessed. Why it is so difficult to detecting bid rigging? Because in Italy, many public tenders are still local, so the aggregation of the demand is not so popular, let's say. Same firms, often also local, participating in the tenders over time. So there is a possibly not necessarily corruption, but there's a familiarity between the procurers and the players, consolidated collusive schemes that do not require explicit contacts. And this is the very thin line between implicit collusion, which is not a sin, or explicit collusion, which is a cartel. So if I behave independently, but strangely, all the players behave in the same way, from outside, I can see possibly there is a cartel, but possibly there is not. And if the rule is an old rule, the distinction between collusive, implicit or explicit collusion is very, very, very thin. And this is the reason why, and we'll see in the second part of our discussion, leniency is a very powerful tool in order to fight cartels. And in this case, no leniency applicants because of close connection among market participants. And there are also the criminal implications that sometimes are not that effective. And overall, and on this point, I can conclude this first part, there is a difficulty in getting the broader picture. So for instance, I observed the strange outcome of a single tender, but I don't understand where the compensation is, because I need a broader picture, and the broader picture meets the difficulties of collecting data that Tina stressed in a first part of our presentation. Unfortunately, public procurement agencies in Italy are still fragmented and lack of skills and know-how and in public procurement officials. And it's not up to me to say again, this is the reason why this initiative is a welcome one. I'll leave the floor to some questions. Thank you so much. So as you know, this session is about optimal governance, and certainly you've heard that this optimal governance within national competition authorities has to be framed by receiving support from other institutions. You've heard some mentions of centralization, even though a little bit hidden. You've heard about the importance of relevance of society with advocacy. You heard the issue of skills. You've heard the issue of anti-corruption authorities, the availability of data, all things that then push towards a certain type of level of optimal governance or not. But now the two speakers are asking me to have a brief debate of 5 minutes at most, so that you can have questions to clarify what has been said so far. And then we start again. Please, one speaker here.
Hi, Tina and Andrea. Thank you for that amazing presentation, both of you. So I work for an organization that we do shared procurement services of IT business solutions for higher education sector. We have 17 universities as our clients. So our procurement is high complexity. We put framework agreements in place through competitive dialogues. And my question is related to fair competition obstacles and specifically to contract modification, because IT is a very dynamic industry. And the competitive dialogue itself takes up to 1.5 years. And then we put the contract in, and in 1 or 2 years, some of parts of them, of the services that we buy, it's already outdated. And suppliers inform us that part of the, let's say, one module will not be provided anymore after 2 or 3 or 4 years. And they say that that's taken out of the market. We cannot provide that. So we can propose you another module, is more innovative, is more complex, and it's much more expensive. So is that a fair competition? Because you don't know how would behave another supplier in that case. Would they continue providing that or not? How should we, how legal actually, that's my concern. How legal is that from the procurement perspective, and how should we manage that situation? Thank you very much.
No, let's go and take one, because I remind everybody that is on Zoom that we do not make you speak. Please write the question on the chat. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the interesting question. And of course, complex procurement, that is something that requires specific skills. Competition authorities will focus primarily on competition in the market, so that there are enough bidders. So for example, there should be no entry barriers. And also competition authorities will not be against framework contracts, because it sounds like you have to consider something long term. And in such situations, you may need to have a different form of contract. But this is public procurement skills. That is not so. So you are not asking the competition authority to tell you how to deal with that tender. What we are concerned about is that there is real competition, and very often we have to remind procurement agencies that want to operate with the same supplier over time, because of the reasons you mentioned, that we still want to push for competition. But exactly how you organize the tender is up to you.
If I can add a few words to what Tina said, I mean, I fully agree that, I mean, we are not against, we as competition agencies, we are not against long-term contracts, because, I mean, something in IT, for instance, you need something like that. But there is a problem of hold up, and the hold up could be a competition issue. And for instance, if you are forced to be linked to the provider, because, I mean, otherwise you lose all your specific investments in the previous period, then might occur something that in the Italian competition law could be dealt with, the so-called abuse of economic dependence, which is not an abuse of dominant position. You don't require a dominant player, but if you as a purchaser, you are forced to remain with that provider, because otherwise you are going to lose what you have invested in the past, there might occur the conditions which are very strict, because otherwise it could be a very paternalistic tool. But if you don't use in a paternalistic way the so-called abuse of economic dependence, which is typical, for instance, of the German law, but there is also the possibility for the Italian competition law to implement it, to apply it, could be an effective tool to, let's say, to address your the problems that you raise with your questions.
So I have Robert Molden. Oh, there we go. Okay, Robert, thank you for writing down the question. Professor Molden of the Master says, should more countries consider doing like in Sweden, where the competition authority also enforces public procurement law? Oh, sure, not me.
Well, I'm curious.
Opinion is interesting.
Yes, we will hear from, I will hear Andreas' views too. Just since I'm coming from the Nordic country, neighbor to Sweden, I've tried to learn what the other competition authorities do, and they enforce public procurement law. And in Norway, we have been cautious about it because this focus on competence building and so on. So from a competition authority perspective, we want that role. We think it's wise, at least what we think a process, a public procurement control based primarily on complaints and auditing alone is not enough. I think we need to have an independent authority that do independent controls like they do in Sweden. However, when I ask my Swedish colleagues how it works, they say the role is much more in terms of supervising on public procurement law. It's not so much control. So they are not enforcing and acting against those who fail to comply with it. They give a lot of very useful advice. So I think the Swedish arrangement works very nicely because there seems to be a very close connection between competition authority and public procurement. So it's not a kind of control primarily, it is cooperation. But Andrea, you have more experience in this respect.
I can say, it's my personal opinion, I think it's quite largely shared in my agency, that we are quite skeptical about multitasking. Even currently, the Italian Competition Authority has a number of different competences, not only antitrust, but also consumer protection, the conflict of interest, and so on. We're not that many. So at the end of the day, the number of resources mattered. But above all, as it was clearly explained during the first panel, I mean, public procurement has and must have a number of different goals. So competition is just one of them, and not necessarily a direct goal. So, I mean, attributing so many goals to the same institution could be not particularly efficient. So in order to make a long story short, I would say that I'm quite skeptical about the Swedish approach.
I would just like to add, going back to what we were talking before with Peter, that the recent decision, again, which to me is very important, I'm not saying in which sense, of the UK procurement law, to remove competition as a principle, probably provides an answer as to what the Brits think about this question, in the sense that possibly they might not see it as the optimal outcome in terms of governance. So as you heard, a lot of different approaches, so a lot of space for debate. So second part, we have we did a 10 minutes debate. So we have 20 more minutes of debate later on, but now 30 minutes for the two speakers. Who starts? You start, okay.
So can I have my slides back on?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And this clicker.
Yes, clicker.
Thank you. So the question of how to do when somebody cheats, when there is bid rigging, and if there is some violation of competition law, is quite important for those who work in public procurement, because if you look at the landscape of institutions and the opportunity to impose sanctions, there are not so many opportunities. Public procurement systems have very few tools with respect to sanctioning those who cheat. I have studied debarment very much, and I am fully aware of the many shortcomings. It doesn't work very well, and from a competition authority perspective, we are also very cautious about excluding bidders. So you can only use it when you have many bidders. And normally it is not used because the reasons why, when somebody has violated competition and when there is a reason for debarment, companies are often prosecuted and they enter into a settlement and they promise never to do what they did again. And then the reasons for debarment is no longer there, and procurement agents tend to think that the company should be treated equally as others. So I will not go into debarment, but it is very important that the complementary role that competition authorities have in terms of imposing sanctions on those who violate principles of competition. Because if corruption is the reason why there is a problem, you have to rely on public prosecutors, and the burden of proof is very high when it comes to corruption cases, or there can be some disinclination to pursue the case. Competition authorities are often much more independent and de facto, and so when they work, they will often have a very important role. Of course, it's very difficult to detect illegal practice because firms may appear to compete well. As I mentioned in the first round, there are exemptions from principles are legal and justified, and we cannot necessarily intervene. Collusion happens in tacit ways, and firms may not want to to file a leniency complaint if they benefit from the arrangement. So whistleblowing, which Andrea mentioned, is very important, will not always work, and companies will not necessarily seek leniency. So for those of you, if some of you don't know it, leniency is a very important tool for competition authorities. If companies operate in bid rigging, the first company that self-reports to the competition authority will not be sanctioned. And that is what we mean by the leniency arrangement. So in the literature on the economics of corporate liability and enforcement, there are something called optimal sanctions. And from the economic theory, we know that the burden of benefits associated with an offense should be smaller than, they should be bigger than the benefit. So the cost attached to illegal practice should be higher than the benefits. That's very, very simple. And then we take into account the probability of detection and the probability of sanctions and the perceived benefits and so on. I will not go into that part, but there is some literature on how corporations ideally should be sanctioned. In practice, it doesn't always work like that, but we do take into account the principles when we try to improve our practices. But because in practice, there are many challenges and many reasons. I'm saying this because I want you to understand why competition authorities will not always be able to act against the problems that you see in public procurement. There will not necessarily be a whistleblower. And also from our side, when we opt for the high penalties, which we do, so in Norway, we have issued a statement of objections of more than 2 billion euros big penalty. So you know, the penalties can be extremely high in this area of non-criminal legislation. And the higher they are, the more they are challenged by lawyers. So we have battles with the lawyers, and the higher the penalties, the more costly, the more time it takes for each case. So we will not always be able to act. And also the longer time it takes, the longer it takes before we can end the illegal practice. So sometimes what is de facto collusion may be permitted to continue even if we have a case going. It to end the practice. And also we have a ceiling on the size of sanctions. Normally it's 10% of corporate turnover. And in our case in Norway, we've reached that ceiling every time, very, very often. We reach the ceiling so that a penalty will often, ideally, it should be much higher than what it is, even if we have worked to increase the level of penalties. So we are not able to penalize the corporations optimally. And that means that violation of competition law can still be profitable for the companies, even if the competition authorities do whatever they can to deal with it. And we also, in order to manage many cases and increase the number of cases, we do settlements. And that will sometimes give a sense of negotiation for the corporations, something we do what we can to avoid. But that is also something that will reduce the sense of a tough penalty in some settings. Not necessarily always, but sometimes. So we have many difficulties, but ideally, we would like to, we try to reach optimal high levels sanctions, and given the reasons I mentioned, that they cannot really be as high as we want them to be, there should also be consequences for the individuals. We want sharp and predictable benefits for those who self-report. I think that is a very, very important principle from economic theory. Those who self-report their offenses should be able to get away with it if they, in most settings, that's a kind of competition authority approach. And also that means that they should not be debarred. And they should also, if there is a collusion, for example, those companies that have not self-reported should be the ones who carry the compensation to victims. And also we need to have a combination of tools because no company will self-report their misconduct unless there is a real risk of detection independently of what they do. There is no incentive for a company to speak out and reduce the penalty if they don't risk any penalty in any case. So it's extremely important that there is independent risk of detection, and also that you, public procurement people, have to cooperate and inform competition authorities about the concerns. Continue to enforce us, tell us. Sorry. We think it is extremely important with random controls and independent evaluation. And we think the number of cases matter, the number of enforcement cases in addition. So it's not only about optimal sanctions, this is also about number of cases. And I also want to say that in the field of, since we are talking about governance, in the field of competition law enforcement, as I mentioned when in the introduction, we have over-national and jurisdiction. We have in Europe, we have European countries operate according to EU legislation, and we cooperate closely. And that means in many cases over national jurisdiction. This is a field where there are so strong private interests, and I think it is important to separate governance and competition law enforcement. And I think that is very important. For example, in Norway, the competition authority is moved out of Oslo. Oslo is the capital city, but we are in a different city simply because we want to keep distance between competition law enforcement and politics. I want to end with this part with some questions for you regarding deterrence, and what consequences should look like if we think like economists, what should be optimal responses? Should corporate sanctions be reduced for those who operate a well-functioning compliance system? This is a question that competition authorities would deal with. Should those have a reduced penalty? If we look at the literature, we would say that no, not unless they self-report and cooperate. Compliance system will often simply be window dressing. There has to be something more to it. Should sanctions be reduced for those who cooperate after detection? So even if they have tried to keep hidden what they have done wrong, should they get a benefit in terms of reduced sanction if they cooperate? Well, according to the economic literature, yes, but that benefit should be much smaller compared to if they self-report their offense. Should consequences for individuals be optimal in the sense of the economic literature? Should the individuals involved be put into prison and so on? Well, ideally, if we cannot impose high enough penalty on corporations, there should be stricter consequences for the individuals. The problem in practice is that the burden of proof is very high. So from a competition law perspective, we are aiming to have some sort of consequences. So at least, for example, those leaders who have been in charge when a company has been involved in collusion, maybe they should be considered not able to have such positions. So we can have mild reactions, and it will still hit incentives that we want to influence. So what about public procurement agents and agencies? What are the optimal consequences for them? According to many countries' corporate liability legislation, there can be a penalty, a fine imposed on procurement agencies that violate the law, for example, if there is corruption and so on. But what happens if you impose a heavy fine on a procurement agency or public officials? It will not necessarily hit that much. Of course, we should pursue cases against individuals, but against the agencies, it will simply raise the public costs. So corporate fines for public entities make little sense. What I see happen in practice is that many procurement agencies sometimes get a small fine. That's ridiculous. It will not change anything. They should be subject to controls, and they should have a change in their responsibility or something like that, because it doesn't make sense to impose a small fine on a procurement agency. And also, of course, monitoring and reorganization, it hits. Individuals can face consequences in terms of being moved to a different position and so on. So now I've totally spent my time, and Andrea, I want to give the mic to you. So how do you see these challenges playing out in practice in the context of the Italian economy? Thank you.
Thank you. So you can shift to the second section. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Tina. I mean, I'll try to answer your questions. I mean, in fact, the second section could be entitled, stick and carrots, because, we have different tools. As I said in my first part of my intervention, leniency is one of the most important tools to fight cartels and to fight bid rigging. But there is also deterrence, and deterrence is a lot of things together. It's a mix of different things in different countries, because there is public enforcement and fines, but there is also private enforcement and the damages that you have to pay for antitrust violation. And in different countries, for instance, in the United States and the Anglo-Saxon world, private enforcement, it sometimes is much more important than public enforcement. We can look at huge administrative sanction, but at the same time, the very risks for the company is to fight at the civil level in front of the civil judges, and they risk much more. And sometimes there is, again, a trade-off between the risk being sanctioned at the civil level and the possibility to apply for a leniency program, because the leniency program covers you for the administrative sanction, sometimes for the criminal sanctions, but never for the civil
the damages for antitrust, the civil damages. So deterrence is public for enforcement, private enforcement. It is also criminal law. And because, I mean, for instance, even in Italy, I mean, if you alter the outcome of a public procurement, of a public tender, you risk, quotation marks, prison. You risk a criminal implication. It's the only case of criminal law that in which criminal law could be applied for a cartel, if the cartel alters the outcome of a public procurement. And finally, there is also another ingredient of the deterrence strategy, which is and Tina mentioned it, is the debarment. The debarment is a very, very strange tool, and you have to handle with care. I just can give you an example. First of all, when it is time to debar, after the decision of the competition agency, after the first grade, the tribunal, or after the Supreme Court. When? Because if you do it in advance, and for instance, at the end of the day, the Supreme Court rerules the decision, what happens? But I mean, even though, for instance, we had in the past an important case concerning auditing, where the big four, the biggest four companies colluded in order to, and what could happen? That the next tender, nobody would have played. So it's a sort of, let's say, a sort of suicide. So you will be forced just to accept the offer of the remaining player, which was the only one. So, I mean, it's not so easy. Debarment could be a very powerful tool, but it is so powerful that you have to handle with extreme care. And possibly when you apply it, when you implement it, possibly it's too late, because you need to wait for the second grade, the second degree, and the third degree of the judgment. So, but I mean, trying to be a little bit more regular, leniency is a very powerful tool, but we assist that we see that, I mean, there is a dramatic decline in leniency programs around the world. By 2020, 73% of world population covered by leniency programs. But leniency application dropped by 64% during the last between the let's say in 2015, 2020, in 40 jurisdictions. So increased only in 6. So why that? Why so? There might be a number of answers, tentative answers. I mean, first of all, I mean, raise in private enforcement after damage directive, at least in Europe. So, I mean, as I was trying to explain you, okay, the leniency program covers for the administrative sanction, but it doesn't cover for the private damages. But some jurisdictions present decline even if no private enforcement. So it is not enough. The design and application of leniency programs, I mean, could be, they are not particularly effective. Less vigorous public enforcement. I mean, you realize, for instance, during the pandemics, I mean, companies realized that, I mean, down rates were impossible. So, I mean, were physically impossible. So they knew that I can play in a collusive way without being discovered, without being detected. Increase in cartel settlements. I mean, Tina mentioned that there is also the possibility of settlements. I mean, if you arrange a settlement, it means that, I mean, you argue that you are part of a cartel, but just for a little part of the cartel that the competition authority is investigating. So you accept to be fined just for a part of the collusion, whereas for the other part, you don't cooperate. So in this case, I mean, there is a trade-off. I can accept a lower fine for being part of a cartel, which is not the cartel that the competition authority is investigating. So rather than admitting that you are part of the larger cartel, you cooperate just for a lower and smaller cartel. The sanctions possibly have been reduced over time. We have also to keep in mind that, I mean, over time, there are more sophisticated cartels. For instance, it's very fashionable to say it because you cannot, you have to mention algorithms anyway, because it's very cool. But I mean, honestly, we observe that there might be cartels, I mean, based or at least facilitated by algorithms, which are not that easy to detect. Or fewer cartels due to greater awareness of illegal conduct. I'd like to think like that. I'm not so optimist. The business cycle, as I mentioned before, cartels are more stable in period of economic crisis. And finally, introduction of criminal sanctions. But for instance, the ECN Plus, which is the directive according to which now the national agencies apply, let's say, European tools, and now grants criminal immunity to managers of this immunity applicant. So, I mean, they are encouraged to apply for a leniency program because they don't risk criminal implication. But the company still risks the payment of civil damages. In Italy, I mean, when we deal with the leniency, the numbers are much, much smaller, so they are not particularly meaningful. I can only say that in the last 2 years, there is a very slight increase in the number of leniency programs. I'm not sure that it is a trend that we have to take into consideration. If you can read, this is let's say these are the sanctions which have been imposed by the Italian Competition Authority during the last 12 years, and they are continuously increasing. But I mean, as Tina said, and it's a general opinion, I mean, sanctions are not all. I mean, it is an important tool. Deterrence is important, but deterrence means something much more articulated than the mere sanctions. Even when, for instance, in 2021, there is a quite huge sanction against Amazon for an abuse of dominant position. And this is the reason why there is 1,400,000,000 something. But I mean, can you imagine 1 billion, if I remember correctly, 1,200,000,000 something for Amazon is not that much. I mean, it's not they were not particularly happy, but possibly the reputation was even more important than the payment of the sanction. But I mean, as Tina just said, I mean, deterrence is not only sanctions; it's also the probability to be caught. And in this perspective, I have to say that the Italian Competition Authority is fantastic. It's great. I cannot say different things, but we are not that many. We are just 280, but with a multitasking authority. And even though, I mean, we have a number of important cases every year, 11 proceedings in 2020 during the pandemic. So consider that it was not easy to work at home without downgrading. 18 in 2021, 12 in 2022 already decided.
Total, not
No, these are the total investigations. So, I mean, for antitrust, we are about 120 divided 12 cases by the number of the civil servants, and so and 17 cases are still in progress. And the resources, there is an embarrassing comparison with the other national competition authorities. And advocacy, it's another important tool, because I mean, advocacy is not only the opinions that we provide to the government, to the local government, to the local administration, in the past to the
procurement agencies. It is just a competition culture. Our prime minister would say whatever it means. I don't know, but finally, now we are going to the increasing detection is not that it's not that easy. In the past, almost 10 years ago, the Italian Competition Authority issued a so-called handbook on identifying and interpreting signals of potential bid rigging. It was an effort towards the so-called cartel screening. It is a general opinion among competition authorities that cartel screening is a fantastic academic issue. It's very costly and not that effective. So, I mean, you have to invest a lot of resources for screening, but at the end of the day, you arrive to know what you already knew in advance, that when there are, let's say, oligopolistic markets, transparent markets, I mean, the possibility of collusion is higher. So, I mean, considering what you have to do and the investment that you have to pay, it's not an effort that is particularly worth to be done, especially for another reasons, because of the difficulty of data collection. So the collection concerning public procurements and are not organized for, let's say, competitive aims, are organized with other goals, thinking of other goals. And I mean, but anyway, the effort was quite successful because, I mean, it was addressed to all procurement agencies in Italy. It was published on our website and presented in public conferences, and the handbook triggered numerous complaints on bid rigging. Some of them were sound, some others was just, let's say, not that sound. I mean, the idea of the handbook was a two-step effort. I mean, look at the market characteristics and look at the suspicious patterns. But I mean, economic literatures provide us with some of these suggestions much in advance. So I mean, cartel screening, I mean, my opinion is that not particularly useful, especially if you lack of resources. Another point, which is, let's say, moving from the sticks to the carrot, there is a compliance program. There are the compliance programs. The compliance programs, you can look at this table. In 2014 and afterwards in 2018, the Italian Competition Authority implement some guidelines in order to encourage, especially small and medium-sized firms, to have compliance programs, and especially to do it in advance before being detected. And there was a very lively debate on this point, and if you do it in advance and if you cooperate, you can have a discount in the fund till 15%. Otherwise, the discount could reach at most 5%, or if the compliance program is just maquillage, you have no price at all. You can look at the figures, they are quite interesting. We received 114 compliance programs, but only 86 were admitted because, I mean, more than 20 were considered just very, just a maquillage. And just in some few cases, we give the maximum discount of 15% when it was immediately before the implementation, the application of for a leniency programs, a strong cooperation which supported the authority during the investigation. Finally, now, even in these days, you could see the next weeks on our website, there will be the introduction of an anonymous whistleblower, which is a tool if compared with the leniency program, because leniency is confined to secret cartels, whereas whistleblowing can deal also with verticals or abuses where retaliation might occur. and whistleblowing and the contribution of employees and managers who are not involved in the cartel could be encouraged, because otherwise they could be afraid. If you are an employee of a company and you know that there is a cartel, if you whistleblow, you risk your job. But if you remain anonymous, you can do it without risking. And whistleblowing and leniency are complementary, so there is no trade-off between the two tools. And compliance may encourage employees to become a whistleblower. Finally, and this is the last slide, and I'll conclude my intervention, it's very important, the institutional cooperation. The professor with whom I was lucky to study, Federico Caffè, used to define the market as a human creation. So the market doesn't exist by itself. You need institutions, and the previous panel stressed it a number of times. Without institutions, the market doesn't exist. Without human creation, the market doesn't exist, and the market fails, and competition is part of the effort. So I think that the institutional cooperation is quite important. I mean, our institution, the competition agencies, are quite important in order to make the market and public procurement effective. And in this perspective, the Italian Competition Authority has a strong relationship with the criminal judiciary and the anti-corruption agencies. In 2014, signed a memorandum of understanding with the Anti-Corruption Authority with a view to foster information exchange and cooperation. It is working. And data gathering aimed at understanding firms' anti-competitive strategies beyond episodes at single tender level. This is an effort which are trying to improve. It is not easy to have the broader picture, and sometimes we need it. And finally, and this mandatory mention, because I mean, the golden age of CONSIP, when Gustavo was the chairman of the agency, we had virtuous and long-lasting relations with CONSIP, which is the purchaser for the Italian public administration, aimed at improving the design of the tenders. And I think that after 20 years, some results have been achieved. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much to both speakers. I had a very quick question to Andrea. You said that you sent this handbook on how to fight collusion to all the public procurement agencies. Are you capable of telling us a little bit on how they reacted? What was their opinion when you sent them this thing?
I mean, just a quick answer. I mean, immediately they were particularly happy. Immediately after, a number of them sent us some complaints, but a long time this virtuous effect declined, and now, I mean, I think that the handbook is something of the past.
But you know why?
Because sometimes, not always, there is an interplay between incompetence, corruption, and restrictions of competition. I can say something about that. Just one more minute. The Italian way to deviate. You know, possibly most of you know that. I mean, one of the characteristics of the cartels is stability. So the more stable the cartel, the more dangerous. And so what we try to do with the leniency programs, so with deterrence and with our efforts, is to make them as less stable as possible. And so to encourage deviation. Generally, the virtuous deviation is that one of the members of the cartels decides to charge a lower price, okay? In the Italian way, in an important case, the Italian way to deviate was to try to corrupt the tender, the procurement. So rather, one of the members of the cartels was not particularly happy of the market sharing. So rather than deviating and rather than choosing competition, he preferred to be more restrictive than the cartel, just going directly to the procurer. It's a nice way to let's say to weaken the stability of a cartel.
It's also fair to say that sometimes they are scared that if they blow the whistle and say, oh, possibly there is a cartel, then they are worried that they will not be able to award the contract and see the contract take place. Possibly. Okay, we have 15 minutes here for Q&A from the floor or from the chat. And so raise your hand. Hamid, microphone, please.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation. Really enjoyed them. A lot of work on criminalization and incentivization. I'm just reminded of developments in the FCPA in the US. Two things have, they've had the compliance program for a long time, and that has been linked to the sentencing guidelines. So I think that one should be quite obvious, I think, to reward firms which have such programs. But of course, then you set the standard for what sort of standards you require for the compliance program. My secondly is, if you look in the last few years, the number of complaints and settlements in FCPA have dramatically increased. And one reason for that is that whistleblowers are given 10% of the fine. And I think that's a very easy way to fix this particular problem, because we know from corruption that, more than 90% of cases come from whistleblowers or someone complaining. So you have to incentivize that. And that to me is a very low hanging fruit. So why aren't competition authorities just accepting that?
Yes, Dina, and then Andrea.
Thank you for a very good question. So I have worked with the FCPA, those who are responsible for enforcing the FCPA. FCPA is the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in the United States. So the way the US government holds corporations responsible for the bribes they pay abroad. And you are right that previously they did reward compliance program. But fortunately, there is an evolution in the literature on corporate crime, and the best practice now is that we should not reward on compliance program alone. There should be some sort of self-reporting, some sort of real cooperation. So companies cannot only hold up a compliance program and say, we have this very good program. The problem is it doesn't work, So there has been a change in attitude towards that. But I think many competition authorities still reward companies that have a compliance program. But I don't know. So let's see if we will see an evolution. I don't plan. So in my enforcement, in our competition authority, I do not plan to offer benefits to companies simply because a compliance program. I will offer benefits predictably on those who self-report. But and in terms of whistleblower, so I think that is a very, very important thing that we all take seriously, because being a whistleblower is extremely hard, because at the moment at which somebody suspects that something is wrong, they don't have evidence, they don't have support. It's only after there has been a case that it looks obvious that the whistleblower should blow the whistle. At the time of which that they consider blowing the whistle, they are very vulnerable. And sometimes it will be many years of difficulties for them. And in many countries, they don't get rewards, but they don't get a compensation either. Normally they have big burdens. So protecting whistleblower is a very, very important part of a job. In Europe, there is a different attitude towards rewarding whistleblowers, and simply because we want them to feel responsible and speak out without a big reward. But I think at least they should be benefited in some way and compensated for the burden. I believe in incentives, so I think there should be a benefit, but I have to say that in the United States, it isn't as simple as you say, because it is right that whistleblowers can get 10% of the penalty imposed on corporations, but that is only, we hear about the success stories where this has happened. There are many individuals who try to blow the whistle. And they are never rewarded or all. They lose their jobs. They get a lot of consequences. So there are specific circumstances that have to be in place. And as I mentioned, the whistleblower doesn't know at the stage of blowing the whistle whether he or she will obtain those benefits. So I agree with you totally. I think it's a very important question. I think it's extremely important that we protect whistleblowers and incentivize whistleblowing, but I don't think we should go direct to the American arrangement.
Just a few words. I mean, we are now trying to introduce the anonymous whistleblower system. And the reason why was that, I mean, even in the past, we received a number of anonymous letters, I mean, complaining of something, but we couldn't interact with those anonymous complainers. So now with the anonymous whistleblower, I mean, protecting their anonymity, we can still try to have further information and ask them questions without revealing and without knowing their identity. I don't know, still we have now just doing the first step. The further step is even to incentivize and to compensate them, but it depends on the Italian legislator. And I mean, it will be food for the future, let's say.
It was proposed in Italy in the early 2000s at an initial level in the parliament when the anti-corruption law was established, and was one part that was removed. But if you think that in Italy we have very long terms for doing a final sentencing, there's 3 stages. By the time the 10 years have passed, it's only at that point in time that you may receive the compensation. So, you know, as Tina said, it becomes difficult to consider it a benefit.
I can just say that I think Andrea's point on anonymous whistleblowing is extremely important. I forgot to mention that. And I think that is something that reduces many of the other problems.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's a question for you, Tina, because you single out market barriers as one of the big issues for you. So I was just wondering, from a pure competition authority standpoint, when it comes to the market barriers that we see getting more and more everywhere, I don't know if it's happening in Norway, but let's say mandatory local content, mandatory involvement of let's say women in business, all these kind of things. How do you see that from a competition authority point of view?
Well, what I think Andrea too is very well equipped to answer this question. But in terms of, I think our job is to reduce market barriers to entry. So we mentioned Andrea also pointed out that in public procurement there will always be many goals, but the job of the competition authority is to promote competition. And we will argue in many such settings that we shouldn't deviate from the principles of competition, but we should rather combine with regulation so that the framework conditions are the same for all companies. And I think that you can combine you can have, at least when women in business, and many of the goals can be combined with entry into the market. Local content, I'm not sure, but at least you can have foreign companies that also operate with local producers or with local employees. So very often you can have a combination of goals and protect the competition, principles of competition. And these are the circumstances. So I think it's a very good question, because this is really tricky in many countries. But this is the circumstances where I think it is important that public procurement agents and competition authorities work together, because procurement agencies have to deal with all these aims coming from government above them very often. And then it can be useful to cooperate with competition authorities who can say that, well, this can be done in this way so that we still can protect competition in markets. Andrea, I don't know, maybe you want to add something.
I can add two things, one at the European level and the other one at the local level. The one at the European level, that if a tender requires local content, it's a violation. So you cannot do it in Europe. So that's fine. So if the requirements are not justified, and especially if they are aimed at, let's say, protecting local context, local firms, or national industry, or as we used to say, national champions or half champions, even if they are not champions at all, it is not possible to do that. You can do in a different way, of course, but formally you cannot do it. Secondly, at the Italian level, we have a quite powerful tool, which is called Article 21 bis. It is an advocacy, a stronger advocacy tool, according to which if a tender, a public procurement is badly designed with unjustified requirements, which are restrictions of competition, if it is just an administrative provision, we can express our opinion against it. And if the local administration doesn't change the design of the tender within 60 days, we, as an Italian agency, we go directly to the administrative judges, and they can cancel the tender. So there are two different possible tools. I mean, of course, there are always different ways to avoid these, but I mean, especially the second one could be quite, I mean, we have a story of successes. Let's say, whenever we use Article 21 bis, 66% of the times we succeed in changing and let's say making the procurement slightly better.
So since we have 3 minutes, no questions, sorry Tunde, no, because Velko and Annalisa are going to kill me. There is the pictures to be done, but I can't resist. So I'm going to ask 2 questions.
Abuse of dominance.
Yes.
No,
no, but
so,
with
and he's not dominant at all.
Answer from both of you only yes, no, or it depends.
Okay.
I would have loved to hear
case by case.
The
As an economist, I cannot say it.
Okay. First question to both of you. Is centralization in procurement good or good for competition?
I would say so.
Even though I may hear something that I don't like.
No. I would say so. It's a virtuous side of the buyer power.
It depends.
Second question, does collusion come with corruption?
Not necessary.
Corruption facilitates collusion.
Was a wonderful day. Photo for everybody. And when we see that you've done the photo, then we can eat.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you. This was good. It was good. I mean, we can repeat it somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. Grazie. Bravi. He was very important. The picture.
Through my stress. My stress.
You know, at times it's better to send it delivery message than to go there.
No more fried rice.
I don't understand. I don't know what.
Okay, giving it to me.
Chairman will approve something.
No, this is not fried.
If you-
This is jollof
No,
rice.
it's not here. Open your mic.
There is.
Open your mic. If he want to go to his table now, he'll be very who ask them to pay him from capital. But he log in by money. Ba magana kace daga naka ne magana nike magana magana. What? Okay.
Okay. So what do the video of which Yes. Let's bring that up. That is not. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, I thought it was mine.
Hi, everybody. Can you take the seat? So we are about to start in 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Test. Blah, 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 blah.
Yes, 1 hour, 60 minutes for you to talk, and then 30 minutes debate.
We'll try to keep it.
I'm sure.
We could talk all day.
No.
We had a hard time.
Okay.
Testing.
Okay. Hi, everybody. It's 2:30. So if Stephen is keeping We're gonna start. Thank you so much for being here. So we start this next section, the sustainable procurement session. We're gonna have now Lisbeth Cassier and Steve Schooner in the fighting climate change with public procurement. So we're gonna have 1 hour and a half devoted to this topic. And then after the coffee break, we're gonna have Takashi Ito and John Hawkins for the health and safety concern in public procurement. So now the rules of the games are almost the same in the sense that Steve, and Lisbeth are going to have a kind of dialogue in 1 hour, and then we're gonna have the Q&A debate. So let me introduce them. Stephen Schooner is the Nash and Sibnick Professor of Government Procurement Law at the George Washington University Law School. Before joining the faculty, Professor Schooner was the Associate Administrator for Procurement Law and Legislation at the Office of Federal Procurement Policy, in the Office of Management and Budget, in the Executive Office of the President. Outside the US, he has advised program government officials on public procurement issues, either directly or through multi-government programs in more than 36 countries. Lisbeth Cassier is a senior policy advisor with IISD, Economic Law and Policy Program. She works with the Public Procurement and Infrastructure Finance team and on IISD Sustainable Asset Valuation. Lisbeth has advised programs and governments in many countries, and also works extensively with the European Commission, the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, and OECD. So I leave the floor to Lisbeth and to Steve. Both. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope you all had a good lunch. I realize we're at a challenging time, the afternoon, right after lunch. So Stephen and I, we talked quite a bit of trying to make this as dynamic and interactive as possible. So we're up to the challenge. I first want to thank Annalisa and Gustavo for inviting us here, and also for organizing this panel on what we think is an extremely important topic to discuss. Without further ado, I'm first going to bounce a question to Stephen. We hear so much about climate change. There's a lot of debate. Is this a problem or isn't it? Do we have to do something about this? So do we, our governments and citizens, academics, really need to be concerned?
Okay, and I think one more slide, yes? Great. So first, let me also say what a pleasure it is to see all of you again, particularly for so many of you who I've met electronically. It's actually just great to see real faces, real smiles, and for us to come together, which is the best part about this program. But as for our topic today, I think the way that I want to start very briefly is that we're done debating whether climate change is real. And if you're not convinced, come talk to me, I'll give you some assigned readings, but that's past. But I think the most telling quote I've read is from the brilliant book by Hope Jahren called The Story of More. And the point that she makes is that scientists are very concerned, but they're much more concerned that the governments don't get it. So we have a crisis of unprecedented proportions, and our governments are not up to the task for a million different reasons. Could I get the next slide, please? I think I have one more. Elizabeth, could I? Thank you. Okay, I think the Secretary General of the United Nations did a beautiful job recently summarizing the most recent IPCC report, a fast track to climate disaster. It's not fiction, it's not exaggeration. But the other point, and I'm going to keep coming back to this, for most of us in the room, this will be unpleasant but insignificant. For our children and our children's children, this is the greatest challenge in the history of human existence. Now, a few things to keep in mind on this if you're not familiar with the topic, and there's no reason why you necessarily need to be. The IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, puts out unbelievably brilliant, detailed reports by the best scientists in the world. They are impenetrable. Most of us are not competent or capable to consume them, but each one comes with a summary for policymakers. For most of you, that's all you need. They're very, very potent. But the question many of you are asking is, if this is such a big deal, why aren't I worried yet? Why aren't people telling me every day that it's a crisis? Let me mention 3 reasons why I think that is. First, the media are simply overwhelmed by the complexity and the scale of the topic. They don't even know how to report it in meaningful terms. And one of the reasons the literature is so important today is because there are good books and bad books, and the better books reach you, and a lot of the stuff doesn't. Second, this is a room full of really smart people, but a room full of scientists, even smarter, okay? But scientists are taught to be conservative. Scientists don't tell you a truth until they're 100% sure. And it's difficult to get a scientist to say, I think this is what's going to happen. And asking a scientist to project the future, they don't want to do it. So historically, the research on climate change was very cautious, and people took the caution to suggest there was debate. There's no debate, but the scientists didn't want to quantify it. And the scientists have been criticized for not screaming loudly enough. But if you understand scientists, it makes sense. Third, the big money is on climate crisis denial, not climate change. For every dollar that academics and green organizations and governments spend, private industry will spend 10 times as much denying it. The extractive industries, the automobile industries, the airline industries, they are trying to maximize as much profit as they can until the game is up. All I ask you to think about is this: are automobiles getting bigger or smaller? The automobile industry knows they need to sell you that great big inefficient vehicle now before they get shut down permanently, which is what's coming. But in any event, the other perspective on this is the reason that you care more than anything else is for your children and your children's children. There's a recent global survey, and when I say global, I mean global, that young people around the world are intensely anxious about climate change, but they are angry. They are fundamentally angry that their governments don't care about them. They can't vote. They don't have the money to buy politicians like the big industry, and they have no voice. Now, at least in Europe, you have the climate strikes on Fridays, okay? But in the United States, the people who care about this don't have the voice and the power and the money to resonate the way the big industries do, but more on that later. Okay, let's change gears. So I'm going to turn the tables now. So let's just assume that Schooner is so persuasive that now you're convinced. Okay, there is climate change and it needs to be addressed. But public procurement? I mean, climate change sounds serious. Shouldn't somebody else in the government be dealing with that? Why public procurement, and what's our role here?
Thank you, Steve. So why public procurement? Hopefully a couple of you recognize some of these figures that I'm putting here on the slides. But if procurement markets represent 15% of a country's GDP, it certainly has a say in how we organize our economies. Not only that, one of the latest studies published this year by the World Economic Forum mentions that public procurement accounts for 15% of global GHG emissions. So if we need to get those emissions down, procurement has a role to play there. We also know that public procurement has an enormous impact when it comes to procuring infrastructure. And infrastructure across the board, thinking about energy infrastructure, transport, water-related infrastructure, you name it, represents, and we can trace back about 80%, almost 80% of GHG emissions to infrastructure. So that to me is a clear call for the public procurement profession to do something when we are buying goods, services, and public infrastructures.
we see those calls to action in many different policy frameworks, many different legal frameworks, some of which we've discussed this morning already, others we haven't. So I'll talk for a few minutes about the Sustainable Development Goals, goals that were agreed upon by all UN members in 2015, goals that are calling to eradicate poverty, to eradicate gender inequalities, to invest in education, making sure everybody has access to energy, water, to infrastructure that people need, that citizens need, that we all need. Now, if we know that so much investment in infrastructure is needed to meet those goals, we definitely need to make sure that we do that in the most sustainable way possible. So that means we need to take into account the emissions throughout the procurement process. We need to look at what we buy. We need to look at how we buy. And we need to look at how we can incentivize contractors, subcontractors, suppliers of procurement to make sure that they reduce emissions across the supply chain. There are also some very direct references to calling for more sustainable public procurements hidden within those Sustainable Development Goals. And one of them is Sustainable Development Goal 12, which calls upon responsible consumption and production, which basically means we need to do more and we need to do better, but we need to do it with less resources. We need to do it smarter. We need to do it more strategic. And here are a couple of ingredients that we've seen and we've come across in our work at ISD that we see coming back over and over again. And some of them we discussed as well this morning. What is it then that we need to make sure that our procurement is more sustainable, more climate friendly, more strategic, smarter? And these are some very general ingredients that you see up there, but we can go in a little bit more detail later on. The legal certainty. Most of us are currently in countries where procurement is done based on a value for money principle. And we'll go into a little bit more detail on how we identify value. And this is something that was mentioned this morning as well. And very importantly, I think we have legal frameworks today that offer us sufficient room to interpret value for money based on national priorities, based on local priorities, taking into account aspects of sustainability. But of course, the legal certainty can always be greater and would actually help procurement agencies to reduce some of the risk aversion that we rightfully have in the agencies where we work. And that actually relates to the issue of mindsets. I think we've made an enormous progress I've been working in this space for about 8 years. And when I started talking about sustainable development goals to many procurement agencies that we've been working with, it was about explaining why sustainability actually matters. But today, and this morning, the conversation we had was about it is not an administrative function of government. It's a strategic function of government, and we need to keep emphasizing it. And I think it's amazing that this community comes together and actually recognizes that. Other things that we need is the capacity and skills. And I'm not only talking about the capacity and skills because of public procurers, because those are being built here through programs like this. But I'm also talking about the capacity and skills of suppliers to be able to respond to tenders that are asking for sustainability criteria. It's very important to communicate to the markets that we are going to procure sustainably in the future and that we build capacity to help them to respond to such tenders, especially if we want to keep taking into account SMEs, for example, in procurement contracts. Some of the other things that we need to do are measuring and monitoring the benefits. Sustainability isn't only a cost. There is a benefit to it. We have to measure it, we have to monitor it, and we need to showcase all the good practices that are out there. One of the things I enjoyed most over the past year, even though it was virtually, was discussing with all of you what kind of sustainable public procurement is taking place in your agencies already. And at the beginning, I remember there's always skepsis, like, no, we don't do this. But I think at the end of our 8-hour sessions, full day sessions, We could identify good practices and you all share them with one another. And that's extremely important that you keep doing that. And the last point that I highlight here is the business case. And maybe I should actually just rephrase this to say that it's worthy of investment to look at sustainability, to look at low carbon infrastructure, because if we don't, the risk is much, much higher. The cost of not looking at climate change is much, much higher than not calculating it in our procurement decisions. So climate change seems complicated. And should you focus on adaptation or on mitigation? Because both matter. And so Steve is going to tell us a little bit more about that.
And I apologize, but I'm going to go backwards. But Lisbeth mentioned that she's been doing this for about 8 years. And during that period, as you may know, in the United States, it's not that we weren't making progress, but we were actually running backwards at the time. But I was actually in Geneva at the World Trade Organization when I first met Lisbeth and watched one of her presentations. And I think that she's been much more significant and powerful in her leadership on these issues than she might be willing to give herself credit for. But again, I think it's wonderful that we have the opportunity to be with her today. But to the point here, one of the most misunderstood things that I've seen in the United States and in many countries is that when we talk about sustainable procurement in the context of climate change, it's very easy to make it a binary distinction between adaptation and mitigation. And what's even more interesting is the way that countries demonstrate their values by which they focus on. For example, in the United States, we are actually relatively adept at investing in adaptation, but not mitigation. So let me distinguish them briefly. This is the first time I've been to a public procurement conference where I was given a fan. This is adaptation. It's hotter than it used to be, and we need to get used to it, okay? Inexpensive. I wish it wasn't plastic, but again, this is adaptation, okay? More air conditioning, right? We're going to need more air conditioning, and we're going to need more air conditioning further north than we used to. In many of your countries, we're going to need to think about replacing our skiing industry with year-round mountain biking industry, because there's not going to be any snow left, and you're not going to be able to generate it because the costs are too great. The most dramatic example, a country, Indonesia, is moving its capital because it's sinking. Imagine moving the capital of your country because it's going to be underwater. Now, more close to home, naval bases, ports, cities. We've watched it in Venice for years. We've watched it in Amsterdam, but we're literally going to begin raising our cities and moving our ports. That's adapting to the reality that the water is coming. But the broadest one, and this is the only thing that gets the attention of my government in the United States, and that's in the concept of national defense. Because whether we like it or not, climate change means there will be more famine, there will be more droughts, and entire civilizations are going to leave their homes and migrate. And migration leads to regional instability, and that leads to war. But even if that's not enough, for those of you who think in terms of the military context, or for the naval historians, since the time of wooden sailing ships, we have had a finite number of oceans for the navies to dispute. In our lifetime, there's going to be a new ocean with free passage on the North Pole. And it is rich in natural resources in terms of fish, and it is rich in terms of oil resources. And my Navy is planning to fight naval battles in an ocean that never existed before, because this is going to be highly contested. But that's adaptation. More importantly, the more we focus on adaptation, the less we think about mitigation. Mitigation does not address the actual problems. It only tries to slow down the crisis. And for those of you that are not well versed in climate change, this is the most depressing thing I'm going to tell you today. Climate change is cumulative. This is not like a situation where if we have a lot of pollution and we stop polluting, the air will be blue again next year. Climate change is cumulative. The only thing that we can do in our lifetime is try to slow it down. Now, the good news, the most optimistic thing I'm going to tell you today, the planet will still be here. We are not destroying the planet. We are only making it uninhabitable for humans as we know it. So mitigation is about trying to maintain human habitation and quality of life as we know it for as long as possible. And those two things are very, very different. Okay, so let's change gears again. So now we're talking about climate change. We're fundamentally depressed at this point, but how then can we think about sustainable procurement? Or more importantly, what do we mean by sustainable procurement? And let me make one more point very perfectly clear. The typo on that slide is mine, not Lisbeth's. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't even know. Sustainable public procurement, optimizing value for money across the life cycle of what you're buying.
By the way, is Peter here? Okay, you heard Peter, he is here? Yeah, Peter, we're talking to you now. Okay, keep going.
Sustainable public procurement, in a definition that was given by the UN Environment Programme, is regarded as a process whereby public organizations meet their needs for goods, services, works, utilities in a way that achieves that value for money on a whole life cycle basis. And this is incredibly important to do sustainable public procurement well. It's the life cycle approach. And it's not only about generating benefits to the organization that is procuring, but to society as a whole, because your public procurement agencies, we're talking about governments who have a responsibility to spend taxpayers' money and to do it well, while reducing negative impacts on the environment. So maximizing social value, reducing environmental pressures. Those are components that are essential when we want to do sustainable public procurements. And then there will be discretionary impacts. There will be places where you need to focus more on reducing rural poverty. We've looked at public procurement programs in Paraguay, where the government set up schemes to do exactly that, because that was one of the most important issues in the country. So it's very important that we're understanding that there are national priorities that need to be met, in particular in lower income countries. And then there are challenges like climate change that are global, that we all need to address, and that will be painful to address, but that where we simply don't have a choice, both on the mitigation as well as on the adaptation side. Sometimes we divide that definition on what sustainable public procurement means, because sometimes we talk more about the environmental sustainability side of things, and that's absolutely fine. Sometimes we'll focus on the social issues in relation to sustainability, and other times we'll speak about the socioeconomic power that public procurement can have in driving towards specific strategic goals. And really my key message here today is that there is no such one definition of sustainable public procurement, and we need that flexibility to make it work for everyone.
So in my experience, I've often found that introducing the concept of sustainable procurement is helpful if we use the parable of the blind man and the elephant, which tends to cross well across cultures, but it means many different things to different people and different cultures. But I want to come back just on this one question, though. We've talked about how complex the topic is, and the question is, can it be done? Can we, as procurement professionals, can we make a difference using public procurement to address sustainability issues?
So I'm going to give you a couple of examples of how this can be done. And this is zooming in a little bit more into a traditional procurement process that I think you're all very familiar with, and probably more than I am. But we've looked at different steps in the procurement process. Of course, first is looking at what's the need, and do you actually need to buy? Because if you can avoid buying, if you don't need it, then that's a more sustainable outcome. But within the things that you need, there is space to look at technical specifications, and there is a plethora of examples out there that you can draw from. What I think is very important is what was mentioned this morning on the granularity that we need in the technical specifications. When you're buying energy-related infrastructure, or when you're buying ICT equipment, or whether you're buying air conditioners, of course, the type of technical specifications and the green specifications that you might need are going to differ. So increasingly, we see across the world governments that are drawing from eco-labels, for example, and other certification mechanisms to get some inspiration on what kind of technical specifications to include. And I would really encourage all of you to go look for those. Also at the EU level, there is a range of green public procurement specifications for major areas of public spending that are very helpful as a starting point. And then you tweak it to the specific market that you're targeting. But those specifications are out there, and we can work together on developing more, but certainly the starting points are there. Selection criteria, asking suppliers to have environmental management systems in place, asking suppliers to track their CO2 emissions. The starting points for asking are there, but if we don't ask as public procurers, if we don't ask in tenders, there is no incentive to provide the information. So the starting point is to ask, and it can be done. Award criteria, rewarding suppliers based on the sustainability performance in various ways. Currently, I'm working on a project with a very specific tool, and I wanted to throw it out there because it gives you a very practical example. It's called the CO2 performance ladder. It's a tool that was originally developed in the Netherlands. It's currently being used in Belgium as well, and studies are ongoing to try to roll out the tool in different European jurisdictions. It's a tool that, and I got the slide here, that it's a CO2 management system. So suppliers can use the tool, can use the guidance to start tracking their CO2 footprint across their supply chain. And procurers can use the tool as an incentive to reward contracts to suppliers that are ranked on a specific part of the ladder of the tool. Suppliers that only look at their tier 1, 2 emissions, they'll be on a ladder 3, and they get a fictitious reduction in the bidding price. So what the governments in the Netherlands and Belgium are doing is using the status that suppliers have on the CO2 performance ladder to incentivize low carbon procurement. And it's working. Were there struggles to implement the tool? Yes, there were, and there were many. So what they're doing now is documenting what kind of building blocks are needed to implement the tool elsewhere. We need the data, we need the suppliers on board, we need the market on board, and we need to teach procurers on how to translate the use of the tool in the tender documents. But it's happening and it can be done. And I think that's also that's the other key message that I want to deliver here today. And then there's looking at contract clauses, right? We should develop standard contract clauses that at least give some basis for asking for sustainability, because it's not good enough to ask for sustainability or for a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions early on in the planning and procurement process. You need to be able to carry it through. You need to be able to monitor, and you need to be able to penalize suppliers that then don't comply with the performance that you were asking for. But then to truly get to the transformative power of public procurement, we should do what was mentioned this morning, and that is put it in the driving seat of delivering specific targets, specific performances that you as a country want, that you want to see in terms of greenhouse gas emission reductions, that you want to see in terms of promoting gender equality, that you want to see in terms of combating rural poverty. And I was absolutely delighted to see the report of the World Bank that was mentioned this morning on from the Global Procurement Partnership for Sustainable Development, because it's the first time that I've seen such an explicit recognition of public procurement as a tool for socioeconomic policy. And if we want to give it the status that it deserves, if we want to give public procurers the status that they deserve, because you all do incredibly strategic work, then that's exactly what we should be doing and what we should be doing more. Before we go to the next question, I don't know if there were other thoughts, Steve. That you wanted to-
This is what I want to turn to.
Good.
So, and again, maybe Peter's back, maybe he isn't. And I realize I said earlier that I really flew across the ocean to see most of you, but the real reason I came here is to deliver this one message. Okay. And that is, we have been conditioned to focus on low prices. And the idea that low prices matter are the single most significant impediment that most of our governments impose on us in trying to achieve our sustainability objectives. Could I get the next slide, please? Okay. Now, we tend to use the term the tyranny of low prices. Some people call it other things, but most procurement systems around the world were originally designed to be simple and objective, and low price was the easiest thing to design a procurement system around that could be audited and basically controlled. But of course, the problem with that is it didn't have a customer satisfaction, and procurement is ultimately shopping. Why do governments buy? Because governments need goods and services and works to perform their government missions, which is what led the value for money movement. It's what led the World Bank to eventually come along. But in our professional lifetime, we have moved away from a baseline of low prices to a focus on, did you get value for the money you spent? The biggest problem with low prices is while they are easy to measure, they can often lead to a false economy. Now, just think about when you spend your own money. If you buy something for the lowest price imaginable, even if it's only a penny or a cent, if it doesn't work and it doesn't last and it doesn't meet your needs, and it doesn't permit your government to pursue the mission they're trying to achieve, how can you call that value? That's not value. It's just a low price. Now, one of the most interesting things about this is we've been talking about value for money for decades at this point, literally decades. But it is the Sustainable Procurement Initiative that has given us a more potent vocabulary and a rubric to have this discussion. If you look at the international standard, and if you look at almost all of the climate change and sustainable procurement around the world, the literature, the evolving global best practice is life cycle costing. Very briefly, if you don't want to remember your economics course, you know what a low price is. That's what you pay out of your pocket. But life cycle cost also takes into account my transaction costs. How much did I waste on my procurement professionals? My operating costs. How much fuel does it consume? My maintenance costs. Do I have to fix it? And if it doesn't work, what do I use for alternatives? My disposition costs, particularly in the nuclear industry, it costs more to decommission than it costs to build. It takes into account time value of money. But here's the key thing. Permitting us to think in terms of life cycle cost analysis rather than low prices permits us to internalize our externalities. Now, it's not an economics class, and I realize some of you may have failed your economics class or hated it. But the reason that this matters is the history of procurement and consumer behavior is we have ignored the externalities or the indirect or the unintended effects of our buying decisions. The Industrial Revolution was about moving forward without considering the ramifications. So when I talk about internalizing externalities, and I talk about using life cycle cost to actually value the decisions we make, here's what we're talking about. Could I get the next slide, please? When we talk about climate change, the unintended consequences of when we buy the fossil fuel solution or we don't think more broadly is that we ignore the causes. So what are the things we see every day? Well, we know about the extreme weather events, fires, storms, floods. And I was talking with some of you yesterday. The city of Vancouver, which is a pretty large city, they have universities and sports teams. After the fires last year, when the mudslides came, they wiped out all of their bridges. Okay. If you haven't been following what happened with the heat wave in India, that's actually the introduction of the most powerful recent science fiction novel about climate change, The Ministry for the Future. But the reality is all of these things are going to get worse. And if we don't think about mitigating them, then what we're doing is buying the crisis in the future rather than slowing it down. But let's also think about the fact that if we choose cleaner solutions, our governments will have lower healthcare costs, less asthma, cancer, birth defects, and the like. How many of you recognize that for the first time in the history of humanity, life expectancies around the world are decreasing? Even more concerning, cognitive capacity in children is going down rather than going up because of the garbage in the air. Think about how much time we waste in traffic, and maybe we could rethink our infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, what is the cost of avoiding a famine or a drought that leads to migration, regional instability, and war? And we haven't even gotten started on biodiversity and all of the cascading effects of species extinction. But if you look around the world, who's thinking about this creatively? Places like Costa Rica, where their entire economy really depends upon tourism, they value their natural resources, and they're making decisions thinking about the real costs associated with this. So again, our best practice for today is rethinking and reframing the value proposition. A low price does not reflect value. Value is everything that I care about. It is whether it works, whether it lasts, whether it permits me to meet my missions, and more importantly, whether it helps me address the growing climate crisis. Did you want to add anything on this one, Elizabeth, before we go forward?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Okay. All right. So now the real question is, if we want to think in these terms, what are the tools we have available to us? How do we, as non-scientists, think about assessment and identification of what we get for the price premium we pay for when we buy an electric vehicle or a hybrid vehicle, or we choose an alternative solution that's less harmful? So what are the best practices?
So maybe first off that there are lots of tools out there, life cycle costing tools, that I think are extremely important to have tailored to the specific areas of public spending. We've seen them in, let's say, in transport, when you're buying vehicles. There are Excel-based tools that are free and available for use, being shared on platforms such as there's sustainable procurement platforms out there. The One Planet network that is being run by the UN Environment Program also collects a lot of the best practices and tools. At ISD, we work with a sustainable asset valuation methodology, and I won't be the person saying this is a best practice, but this is the tool I know, and this is the tool that we've been working with over the past 5 to 7 years. And now, what's particular about this tool are a couple of things. So what Savi does is it's a methodology that helps us identify, quantify, and simulate risks in relation to climate change, different sustainability risks, but also the co-benefits that are traditionally in infrastructure decision-making not being taken into account. What we do when we start infrastructure projects is there is a stakeholder engagement process, and then there's environmental and social impact assessments. And in certain cases, there will be climate impact assessments or climate vulnerability assessments. And then those pieces of information sit scattered and they don't really talk to one another. So when we started working with infrastructure planners, procurers, and financiers, we decided, okay, we need a methodology that integrates that knowledge and that takes the results of environmental impact assessments and pushes that into integrated cost benefit analysis, or even puts that into the financial models based upon which many infrastructure decisions are being taken. What's the project that generates the highest return on investment? But if we don't take into account the externalities that Steve was referring to earlier, then the return on investment may not be entirely correct, and certainly not be a social or a societal return on investment. So what we're doing with Savvy is relying on systems thinking and taking a systemic approach to what are the impacts that infrastructure projects truly have. Let's take a transport infrastructure project, a public transport project. Are we reducing air pollution, for example? We are in certain cases. In particular, if we simulate a scenario, what if we use electric buses? And then it's important to make that kind of comparison to understand what's the impact of changing an aspect in sustainability on the performance of the overall project. So we're taking that into account, and we're pushing that into financial models to understand what's the impact of externalities when we integrate them in cost benefit analysis. Do we get a better return of sustainable projects? Yes or no? And that comparison is important. Another thing that's important is to customize the tools. We talked about customizing legal frameworks and policies. We need to customize the tools as well to the specific infrastructure projects and to the specific local contexts in which infrastructure is being built. Savvy assessments that we've been undertaking on infrastructure were co-created with the stakeholders, meaning not just the agency that was implementing and buying the infrastructure, but also the agency of like a Ministry of Environment or a Ministry of Tourism that could potentially benefit from a project or not. And it's really important to get those stakeholders around the table because they have the information and the data that we're often missing or that we think we're missing when we are taking decisions on infrastructure. And the fourth element that we do is to incorporate climate data, to incorporate the projections on temperature changes in rainfall patterns, and to simulate over a time period of 10, 20, 30 years, how do those patterns change and to what extent do they impact the way my infrastructure is performing? We did an assessment in Morocco a couple of years ago where we simulated some climate scenarios on the ring road around Rabat. The road was already built. We were working with the agency that was responsible for maintaining the road and responsible for designing a budget for road maintenance. And what we find is that when we take into account temperature changes, the cracks in the road become much more frequent. So we need to take that into account for better decision-making. Here you just see on the map where we've been using this methodology to work with infrastructure planners, to work with procurement agencies, to shed some light on the trade-offs around sustainability. And we've been doing that for energy infrastructure projects, water infrastructure, roads, many different types of infrastructure. And recently also, we're looking at what's the value of infrastructure services that pieces of nature bring us. When we look at the city environments, we don't often think about green spaces and parks giving us a reduced need for energy consumption, because greener cities means that they're cooler and that we're actually gaining a lot of benefit in our pockets from not having to consume too much energy for air conditioning. Very important. They seems minimal, but at scale, the impacts are really large. This is an example of how we start such assessments. And this is on a bus rapid transit project in Indonesia. And again, I'm only giving this talk here to illustrate that you can value those externalities, but you need to do it in collaboration with the agencies that are involved in planning those infrastructure projects. So what we do for a BRT project, the bus rapid transit in Indonesia, is to look at how much employment is this going to create, but also how much employment is going to be lost from shifting certain modes of transportation from private taxi services to a BRT system. And this is an exercise we did in Dakar in Senegal as well, where job creation was a really important element of whether to proceed with a project or not. Equally, we try to quantify some of the avoided costs of air pollution, avoided costs of CO2 emission, avoided costs of accidents, or the added benefit of time saved. Another example, and I apologize here for the tweak on the slides, is when we looked at stormwater infrastructure in the city of Johannesburg in South Africa, completely different area of work, where we could also value, what if we look at just expanding built infrastructure, concrete culverts, because in Johannesburg, we have an increasing number of flash floods, and the current stormwater infrastructure is not adapt. Think about the climate adaptation angle here, is not adapt to deal with the flash floods. Now, just expanding concrete culverts did not provide the necessary benefits of being able to adapt to that changing climate. So what we did was look at what we call nature-based infrastructure. What if we restore some of the riverbeds? What if we increasingly build green spaces next to the existing stormwater infrastructure? And what we find is that provides a lot more benefits to the city, not just in dealing with stormwater, but also in terms of sequestering carbon and many other benefits. So what matters is that we quantify, that we identify those benefits, that we quantify them, and that we take them into account in infrastructure decision-making, because that will allow us to identify the different trade-offs, and it will allow us to identify the best options for moving forward. And for procurement agencies, these exercises also help to then decide what are then the specifications to include in tenders, and what are the types of performance that you're going to ask for from your suppliers.
Can you actually go back to the Indonesia slide for a second?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to just change gears for a moment. Going back to the point I made earlier, we so often hear we can't afford to do that. We can't build more public transportation because it's too expensive. People won't pay that much for it. The future is when we will decide that public transportation should be provided free of charge so that people use it and it's a more attractive alternative. And so it's interesting. I don't know how many of you have been to Geneva, but when you fly into the airport in Geneva, you push a button at the airport and you get a free train ticket to the center of town, to the train station, because they don't want you in taxis. And when you check into almost every hotel in downtown Geneva, they hand you a free public transportation card for the duration of your stay, because they don't want you driving in a car. And there's wonderful public infrastructure for bicycles and e-bikes. But remember, that's making a decision that it's worth it to give away something for free rather than trying to fix with our normal capitalistic model as to find the right price. Sometimes the right price is free. Anyway, could we go forward then? Okay, so changing gears briefly, and we're watching the time, but this issue of greenwashing is one that we have to be very cognizant of. We talked a lot about corruption earlier today. We talked a lot about competence as well. Greenwashing is everything from lying to overpromising, and frankly, the most pernicious is distraction and deception. In the United States, some of you may notice that the Ford company has brought out the F-150 electric truck. The truck is massive. It is utterly unnecessary. Most people who drive it use it as a recreational vehicle, but they've electrified that because it's cool. Well, Ford does that because it gets everyone's attention away from the fact that they're still building fossil fuel vehicles and encouraging the public to buy more cars that they don't need because it's profitable for them. As public procurement officials, we need to think very aggressively about what our eco labels mean, what the certifications mean and what they don't. And if firms make promises to us that correlate with our price premiums, we need to then enforce them to make sure we get value for money. And we talked earlier this morning about suspension, debarment, and blacklisting. If firms lie about what they're doing, we need to stop doing business with them. So all of these things are relevant. But could we get the next slide? So in just a moment, we're going to open it up for questions. on just about everything, but some topics that we thought were worth thinking about today are up on the screen. You don't have to ask the question we'd like you to ask, but I think it's important just to mention a couple of these things, and I'm sure Lisbeth will add some things as well. But I want to speak briefly on the issue of environmental justice. Environmental justice simply summarizes the reality that those who most contributed to the climate crisis are the ones best able to adapt to it. The wealthy Western nations that became wealthy because of the industrialized revolutions are the ones that have the most resources so that we can adapt and move and raise our ports and do everything else. But the countries that didn't cause it are the ones where there's going to be famine and drought, and there's nothing they can do about it whatsoever. But even if that were the only thing you thought about environmental justice, I want you to keep coming back to children, grandchildren, and those not born yet. They do not have a vote. They don't pay taxes. They can't buy politicians. They don't own stock in corporations. If we refuse to give voice to those people, we don't really know what the word justice means. Now, of course, like everything else we've talked about, everything in procurement is about human capital. We've already heard today, anyone can write rules. Implementing them, that's difficult. And one of the things that we'll need to talk about is we need more skill sets, different skill sets, and we have to remember that public procurement is a team sport. There is no way that the average public procurement official can get up this learning curve and do everything that we're going to ask them to do. But in any event, many things for you to ask questions about. Do you want to comment before we open it up?
Maybe I'll just take the last point. Sustainable public procurement doesn't mean that we all need to do it all alone. I think what Steve just mentioned, procurement is a team sport, is very, very true. It's also one where you need interdisciplinary skills and where we need to support one another to get out of the comfort zone. Because sustainability increasingly also means being capable to deal with uncertainties. And in order for us to understand uncertainties better, we need to be able to rely upon people who have the specific technical expertise in specific areas. So I definitely echo the team sport message.
Okay, so I'll throw one more out before we open to questions because I see we have a couple minutes left. But I want you just to think about beef for just a moment. The more climate change literature that you read, you realize that the easiest and frankly, one of the most important things we should all do is stop eating beef. And to some extent, that's because cows generate a lot of methane, but it's also the reality that the nature of how we generate beef, creating all of that land for grazing that cannot be used to generate trees or good farmland for something else, the waste that ends up in our rivers and the like. But trust me, or trust the scientists, beef is one of the easiest things we can do. But ask yourself, how easy would it be in your school, your government, your organization to basically say, we don't serve beef anymore in our cafeterias, or we don't sell it in our stores, or we don't buy it for our military personnel? Altering that market, if every government in the world did it, would be a very powerful signal. It's an important one, and it might get people's attention. But there are religious issues, there are cultural issues. Look, in America, people think that a classic, wonderful meal is a great big slab of beef. How do you change an entire generations of thinking along those lines? But I think that shows you just a taste of the complexity of some of these issues we have to address. They'll clap for anything.
Yes, that's the nice thing, clapping for what we want. Okay, thank you so much for this interesting dialogue you had for us. So there's, I believe, plenty of issues on the table. Let me recall to you that are connected online. If you have questions, just write on the chat. I'm gonna take the questions from there. And before opening up on here, I will read one of the questions from the chat. Are we going to rule off the principle of selecting the lowest evaluated and responsive bid because of value attainment in the procurement process?
The short answer is no, we're not going to eliminate it. We're going to reframe it, because we, as procurement experts, we create the requirement. We create the evaluation factors. We create the evaluation rubric. And when we talk about an evaluated price in terms of projected life cycle cost analysis, rather than the lowest purchase price, we think more like consumers, we serve our customers' interests, and we address the sustainability and the climate change concerns, but we need to think differently.
Okay, so please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. My name is Asta Gerhard. I come from the ESM based in Luxembourg. It's a country who is the first country in Europe who enforce free public transport, by the way. I would have a couple of questions. You mentioned rightfully a couple of the systems of measurements, such as sustainable asset valuation, CO2 management systems. I'd like to know if those systems are free of charge or we would need to tender those systems. And second question would relate to consultancy services, because a lot of tools you mentioned is very much related to goods. And if some of you may know, last week, Court of Auditors released in the press that 1 billion euros is going to consultancy services. And we are not saying no, that a lot of agencies are using consultancy services. What are the tools and measurements you would apply for consultancy services? And I would like to make one more comment or statement to your presentation, that procurement or procurement agencies or institutions going along with the market. So if the market is not ready and enforcing certain environmental criteria, labels, we can't enforce that and sit around the table with one bid or no bid. So we will generate more carbon than enforcing those measurements. So there should be a balance between the markets and procurement. Thank you.
Great questions. Let me start with the last one. So on market readiness, yes, very important that in procurement agencies or outside procurement agencies, we actually study the market, and so that you know what the market can deliver today and what the market can potentially deliver in the future. But it's certainly something that needs to be balanced, where we think there's an important piece of work around performance-based procurement and procurement of innovation, which is trying to push the market. There are different tools out there as well that can encourage that. But what's important is that for the procurements where you're not sure what the solution exactly is going to look like, that you actually look into that space of performance-based procurement where you need to consult with the market. So this is also something that relates to capacities of procurement agencies, is to be able to have dialogues pre and outside of tendering, specific tendering processes, to understand what's the innovation in the market currently and what can you ask for within the tendering procedure. So definitely very important. Consulting services and sustainable public procurement. When you start with sustainable public procurement, it's important to understand for the specific area of public spend, where does the sustainability impact, negative and positive, lie? With consulting services, that may be in relation to travel, for example. Is that the higher sustainability impact? Then that's something you may want to look at when you tender for those services. Perhaps it's other impact areas. But so zooming in on what's the impact area and translating that into tendering. And the other one in relation to the tools and what's available, a lot is available for free. And working in a civil society organization context, it sometimes surprises me that when you say that the tool is for free, people don't use it. Strange, but it happens. So I'm not entirely sure what the exact reason is, but a lot is available for free. The CO2 performance ladder that I was talking about, what's not free there is that it's a certification scheme and you need third-party verification. But the tool itself, the guidance, the manuals for implementing environmental management systems or CO2 management systems are freely available. And there's a lot of capacity building and training around these tools as well.
So if I could add just a few things, and I think these are excellent points. Many of us in this room appreciate that one of the most poorly understood and underinvested resources in public procurement around the world is market research. And if all of our countries put more time and energy into training our procurement professionals into doing meaningful market research early in the acquisition planning phase, it would make all the difference in the world. Every one of you knows of an example of the most common form of acquisition planning. I need to buy something. I open the file cabinet to see how I bought it last time. Markets evolve, firms change, economics, everything changes. But if we don't do market research, we don't know what's out there. Which leads to the next point, which is, it is true that sometimes the market's not ready, but on almost everything that we're talking about here, the private sector is ahead of our governments. And the private sector wants to offer the innovative solutions to our problems. On measurement, I'm sure most of you are familiar at some level with this concept of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. Many countries approach it differently, but we're expecting to see more self-assessment of direct emissions, indirect emissions, and supply chain emissions. And I think it's going to be a challenge for the private sector to not only generate it, but for governments to collect it, normalize it, and organize it. But on that point, particularly with regard to third-party verification, one of the models that I'm very excited about is the SBTI, the Science-Based Targets Initiative. And this is an independent global consortium of experts that basically does external validations of organizations so that they can use a common touchstone. And I don't know that that's the answer, and I don't know if it's scalable, but I think we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you. There's Irina there. Please introduce yourself and then Nicola.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation. My name is Irina Ivanishin. I am working for electric public transport company in Lviv, Ukraine. And I also from 6th edition of EMPPM program. So my question would be from practical point of view. Usually contracting authorities afraid to use sustainable criteria because after controlling authority came and they just evaluate everything from lowest price. Yes. So as this issue is very important in our development, so how on your point of view, how contracting authorities could be protected for using this sustainable criteria further from controlling authorities? Thank you.
Who goes?
You want to start?
You want to start?
And then I'll...
Okay, so Lisbeth and then Steve. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for another excellent question. Generally, it's been our experience that when you're transparent about how you're going to award the contract, also if you go beyond price alone, the auditors are fine with that. Now, you're absolutely right in saying that there's always more legal certainty that could be given to procurement agencies. But being transparent about how a contract is going to be awarded, saying that it's not only going to be based on price, generally should be okay. Something that your question reminds me of is that a couple of years ago, we had a project running on green public procurement in Bhutan, and we trained a lot of public procurers on green and sustainability. And at some point during one of the trainers, we also invited quite a lot of people working in the auditing authority to actually have that conversation on how the procurement agencies could and how procurers could be sure that then later for the auditors, there was not going to be any issue. And that was actually a very, very good conversation, because that's where the auditors also mentioned, as long as you are transparent in what you are buying and how you're going to award the contract, for us, there won't be an issue that that's only based on price. We will make an issue if you award it based on other things, but you didn't mention that up front. So that may be an approach as well, is to actually have those conversations outside of a specific procurement, but to understand better what it is that the auditors will need.
On this transparency issue, I'm often frustrated that we need new nomenclature or vocabulary, because the term life cycle we use in two very different ways in this context. I spoke earlier about life cycle cost analysis, which is a potent tool for not thinking only about low purchase prices. But in order to really do sustainable procurement, we need to think about the acquisition process as a true life cycle. Or in other words, we need to think about every procurement from cradle to grave. So the government ministry or the program manager says, this is what I need. I define my requirement. I begin acquisition planning. I do market research. I craft my solicitations. I solicit offers. I compare and evaluate vendors. I make award. After the award, I manage the contract. I ensure quality assurance. I incentivize, I pay, I close out, and the like. We need to think about this throughout the life cycle in both ways, and that's challenging. But I think the real answer to the question at its very heart at the beginning is to return to where I started. We cannot expect tens of thousands of procurement professionals around the world to do this from the ground up. We need leadership. And the problem still remains that the people who are affected by this are not being listened to the people in power. When our government leaders say that the marginal dollar is less important than society as we know it, then we make progress. Since I want to assign reading, another book that I'll assign for all of you, I'm a very big fan of Kate Raworth's Donut Economics. And basically, the simple thesis of her book is everything that we've learned about economics in the last generation is wrong. Economics is really about making decisions that lead to quality of life. But all of our countries have fallen into the trap of thinking that growth is the coin of the realm. Growth leads to wealth, concentration, and disparity. Growth, GDP, does not reflect quality of life. Growth that destroys life for our children is not our aspiration. And when our leaders can decide, apparently like Luxembourg, that public transportation should be free because that's what governments are for, then we can make decisions. But again, sometimes what we need to do is push back and ask so that our leaders have a moment to think about it, so that they can give us the advice we need to empower us to make the right decisions.
Thank you. Nicola, and then we have Bata.
From Serbia. First of all, thank you for this insightful presentation from both of you. I have practical questions. Since you're basically saying we will have to procure innovation, I see two challenges. One, if someone develops something that has no competition, he can create a monopoly and dominance. We talk about it could be abused, but for example, people do not know that some companies make it open source. How do you see to overcome? I believe that we need to educate also procurement officers on this issue, but practically, what is your take on that? Thank you.
I apologize for being cynical. I'm not worried about monopolies on this. There's too much at stake. If someone can come up with the kind of groundbreaking innovation that will actually ensure a future for our children, they'll monetize it. There'll be plenty of opportunities for everyone. But the scale that we're talking about is enormous. And what I think is, it is true that procuring innovation is difficult. And so it's challenging. Let me take a big step back, because you may recall on Elizabeth's chart where she walked through the process, focus on solicitations just for a moment. I asked the private sector for their offer, their bid, their tender, their proposal, their quote, or their solution. One of the things that we need to stop doing is telling them what the solution is, and instead telling them what our need is. Because far too often we discourage the innovators from doing business with us. So I'm not going to tell you how to solve my problem. You tell me what we can do differently in the future. This requires higher skilled procurement professionals. It requires more training and professional development. But at the end of the day, one of the things that we need to stop doing is being less descriptive in our solicitations and more open to those innovations, because public procurement officials are not qualified to determine the universe of the market when they do their market research. All we can do is ask open-ended questions and then be open to that information, bring the whole team together and evaluate them to see what's best for all of us.
Yeah, definitely agree with what you just mentioned, Steve. The challenge is so enormous that it's rather about reframing how we buy things rather than being worried there will be just one who can respond or who can come up with innovative solutions. Defining the needs that we have is also not necessarily an easy task, but it's worth putting more time and energy on doing that and evaluating. Example I saw years ago, municipalities trying to reduce energy consumption in public buildings. And first they put out a tender for one building only. And there was a range of SMEs that said, but why a solution for one building? You have like 10 large public buildings in your portfolio. If you put that into the tender, the scale will be that consortia can work together on solutions that can significantly reduce the energy efficiency. So aggregating some of the demands that we have in relation to the sustainability issues or to any of the needs that you're trying to address through public procurement is also an important way, I think, moving forward.
And I apologize. I want to add one more thing. Many of you may have heard me clapping this morning when Peter said you can't have everything in procurement. You can't. And we have to basically trade off every policy decision we make. Most of us grew up believing that competition was one of the three legs of the fundamental stool of procurement. But one thing that I've come to conclude is that competition for competition's sake is a fool's errand, and formalistic competition is garbage. We were actually talking about this at lunch out here in this beautiful courtyard earlier, but many of us were in Nottingham a couple of weeks ago, and one of the speakers suggested that there was an organization looking for a single metric for what describes a successful procurement system. And my head almost exploded when they suggested that the average number of offers for a solicitation might be a good metric. I reject that categorically. 100 offers from incompetent vendors is meaningless to me. One offer from a motivated vendor who's qualified is meaningful to me. Competition for competition's sake is not the only thing that matters in procurement. Ultimately, where are we going? And you heard it this morning, and I expect you'll hear it again before we're done. We need to change the way we think about performance measurement so we're measuring our outcomes, not confirming our processes. The United States, the country that has more procurement data than any country in the history of the world, created a data set of garbage. We measure what is easy to measure instead of what's important. We collect transactional data with no cognizance whatsoever, whether we get value for our money. And if we're going to change any of this, we need to fundamentally think about real value rather than process and low prices.
Bata, and then Evgeny.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself, Bata.
Law School, Faculty of Law. Yeah, when my brother is brothers are always helping each other in arms. So I'm from the Faculty of Law, Belgrade Law School, and I think that now we are moving in right direction. Today, we were asking what is value for money. And I think that now we are closer to that definition. Public procurement means public interest. And I'm lecturing administrative law, and public interest presume different aspects in different situations. So we have to take into account context, but I wrote an article about Corona measures. It is somehow interrelated. And I was showing how many different public interests were involved. Those that are jeopardized, their life, their health. Those that couldn't go to the doctor or to the hospital because of Corona. Older people that could not get out, depression, circulation, blood pressure, whatever. Children that could not socialize. So all those interests together. So we need creativity. We need innovation in the public sector. And for that, I think this is the right way to find some new measures, new performance measures, but also new way of thinking. And that is why Gustavo established this interdisciplinary approach. We need different aspects and we need cooperation. All agencies were established based on certain narrow field. What we need is wider picture, and we need this systemic approach that you are speaking about. In some cases, some aspects will be more important, and that is creativity. On the other side, the problem is, of course, we are speaking about practical aspect. This is responsibility. Many people don't want to be responsible because usually they are making decisions. Sorry, the others are making decisions and they are responsible for their decisions. That is one aspect. But also, it is a lot of effort to make some kind of ex-ante analysis. And usually we don't have enough time. And that is why cooperation between different institutions is very important. And at the end, I will mention one scientist coming from Western Balkan, Nikola Tesla. If they followed his project, we would not have any problem with the energy because he provided energy for free. But what we also have to take into account is different interests. Some of them said, how I'm going to earn money from that kind of production. So that is why we really have to change the way of thinking, because what is good with crisis? If we learn lessons, crises are not the problem if we get out from the crisis with new approach and new way of thinking. And that is why this conference is extremely important, and this cooperation that we can see now. Thank you.
Thank you. So who wants to react? No? No? You want to react? No, it's okay. So they agree. So Evgeny.
Evgeny Smirnov, European Reconstruction and Development. Thank you very much for excellent presentation. And I have a question to you. Given that problem you described as a global nation, solutions we're discussing are very localized. What do you think should be an approach at global level to resolve? Isn't this segmentation and fragmentation of the world, and even every institution look at their benefits, individuals look at their benefits, culture of greed ingrained through consumption, culture being built through decades. And also how, as a part of this global consideration, how developed nation can share the green capital they spent in the last 200-300 years to help countries who are at earlier stages of development to be able to pursue the same noble and global aims you've been describing today. Thank you.
Who wants to react?
Can I try?
Yeah.
So there's so many things I like about this question, but my next piece of assigned reading, Catherine Hayhoe's book, Saving Us, is excellent. Catherine Hayhoe is an academic. She's currently also the chief scientist of the Nature Conservancy. And her entire book, which is supposedly optimistic with regard to climate change, is intended to make a single point. And that is the most important thing that any of us can do with regard to climate change is talk about it. We need dramatic, systemic, fundamental, conceptual, and strategic change. But if we're not talking about it, we're not thinking about it. If we're not thinking about it, we're not forcing people to do anything. So the beginning of the question is, what are we supposed to be doing globally? Let's talk about it, okay? So obviously what we did at the Paris Agreement wasn't enough. The COPs, they're not enough. But more of us need to be talking, and we need to be listening to the children. But in that conversation, procurement's role in terms of making people think differently is about rethinking value. Many of you are younger than all of us up here with all this gray hair, present company excluded. But you look at Gustavo and me. I mean, we look like old people, okay? But we did 2 or 3 decades ago, we weren't all sitting around talking about value for money. We were talking about controlling corruption, maximizing competition, and being transparent. In 1 generation, we changed the global conversation to value for money. This generation, hopefully more quickly, we need to change that to real value and change the focus on low purchase prices to life cycle costs so we can externalize externalities, and quite frankly, so that we can think in terms of the public interest in terms of our defining outcomes rather than just focusing on process. So let's talk about it. Let's keep the conversation going.
So building on that, because that's definitely, I think, what we need to do and what we need to do more. When it comes to these global challenges and acting on national, local levels, I think what's important is that we understand that things like Paris or the Sustainable Development Goals, they give us a framework, but they give countries a mandate. And increasingly, we see that trickling down. We see net zero policies, plans for the nationally determined contributions towards the Paris Agreement. And we see that they're not enough. They're not enough to meet the goals that we need to. So we just need more plans to be put in action. But I think it's also important that in the case of public procurers, that they actually sit around the table when, let's say, when national infrastructure plans and pipelines are being developed, so that they're there firsthand to hear and to understand what the next challenge is going to be for executing that. And I think it's really important for public procurers to be at the table early on, so that because they don't want to be a bottleneck in the process, but they need to know, so that you're able to prepare, so that you're able to reach out to those agencies that hold parts and pieces of the puzzle to keep going in that process. And I think that's incredibly important.
And before you finish that thought, I just want to emphasize her point that we need the procurement people early in the requirements generation process so that we can do the market research, so that we can think proactively. Because once the process starts moving down the road, then it's too late for us to do the kind of hard work we need to do.
And that's actually part of the due diligence, right? We need to be there to mitigate the risks. It's a fundamental task for governments, and that citizens are asking to be diligent in how money is being spent. And today's sustainability is part of that discussion.
Or G7, outside of G7.
Gustavo.
Thank you. I'm going to play devil's advocate here, but Steve has already responded a little bit to Kenny's question, to my worries. So I want to start with Stephen's very, very important beginning, which is, why don't policymakers get it? Why don't and the more relevant for me Because I think that, contrary to a lot of people, that politicians are very, very, and that for democracies, because then there's politicians not in democracies, that they listen. And I think they do listen. I also think that they listen very selectively. And so that's an issue of power, but I want to skip that because otherwise we're going to bring in Churchill in the room and say, okay, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. And I don't want to open that. Possibly we have to do it. And so what I want to say is that when they listen selectively, they listen to many requests. And these many requests are not just green. So I paraphrase here, Steve. So it's just like competition. Green is not the only thing that matters out there. So the report that you cite of the World Bank, where Peter has played such a big role, was talking about the multiple goals of public procurement, right? Why are multiple goals relevant? In a sense, they would be totally irrelevant if these multiple goals would be characterized by full synergies. Because if they're all synergetic with one another, let's just pursue one and we're pursuing the others. The problem that the report points at is that, sorry guys, out there, there's a lot, or at least speculates, maybe we are wrong about this. Out there, there's a huge amount of trade-offs. Now, I know that the word trade-offs has been mentioned, but I want to be clear is if we're talking in the right way about trade-offs. Because I saw a slide that says added benefits, avoided costs. That to me is a slide that mentions synergies rather than trade-offs. For me, talking about trade-offs means talking about lower benefits and higher cost of green procurement, bringing the elephant in the room. And I am going to tell you what kind of problems, if you do that, of two different scales, one in the north, one in the south. The one in the north is smaller, but still relevant. And it has to do, for example, with SMEs. I am sorry, I am talking only about Italy because I'm incompetent for any other country. But the more we are going green in Italy, the more SMEs are excluded from procurement. And I say the problem is less relevant for the North because, thank God, we have so many young people and green is becoming the democratic goal of our constituencies. But still, okay, you say, oh, consult with them. Public procurers don't consult with SMEs. It's about politics. Public procurers consult with large firms. There's an equilibrium out there that is getting created where suppliers and those who demand, the big firms and the big suppliers, are moving towards excluding completely SMEs from procurement through green procurement. Are we happy about that? Do we think the cost is worth the benefit? Possibly, but I think it's important we discuss about this. Much more relevant, the South. In the South, green does not have a constituency, whether we like it or not. We heard Amit today. We heard Amit talking about, oh, they're bringing in here green staff. It doesn't create employment, or it doesn't create stable employment, and we buy from large foreign multinationals, possibly Italians. So what are we talking about here? Are we asking South to go green? Because if we're talking about the South going green, then we are replicating in our small world of public procurement this huge fight that there is out there between the North and the South about what? You have polluted for 300 years, now we cannot pollute anymore when we are at the stage of development of yours? And then I think Steve touched the right point. Then we shouldn't discuss these things because these things should be discussed in Glasgow. Then let's take public procurement and let's make it one of the key dimensions of the Glasgow. But not let's take green procurement from the back door and bring it to the South by saying, now you have to buy green. Let's do a negotiation up there where they are represented. And then the trade-off is solved by taking into account at the global level the interest of everybody. So I wanted to know how you reacted to this.
you're gonna start, because otherwise Steve is gonna talk too much.
So this goes back to the issue of environmental justice and just transitions, right? So I fully agree with you. These are if these are issues that we should discuss, not Glasgow, but Egypt now moving forward. And we need to think about what are the financing mechanisms then for lower income countries to make this happen. We should shed light on trade-offs. There are not always synergies, in particularly not if we take into account time horizons, because that's something that we need to be thinking about. Some of the benefits of sustainability, they don't materialize today. They're avoided costs, avoided future costs. We don't register them. So it looks like we don't account for them. So we need to think about how can we account for avoided costs in the future. And there are mechanisms, perhaps, that we can start exploring and working with. Energy efficiency is actually an example of where energy performance contracts are being put in place based on savings that will take place in the future. Small model, very hard to implement. Is it a model that we can think about to replicating it? I don't know. It's one way of thinking about it. How do we account for avoided costs? That's one really essential point. How do we account for a time horizon? If I want jobs today and I cannot have environmental benefits today, what does that mean? And I actually go back to the example of the bus rapid transit project that we looked at in Dakar in Senegal. The main issue there was the discussion about the loss of employment in the transport sector versus the employment created by the access to markets, the access for people of the suburbs of Dakar being able to go to the city and have more jobs. So why these systemic approaches are important is to be able to see that, because then it allows you to put in place mitigation measures for job losses in a specific sector. And then it allows us to put policies in place for just transition mechanisms. Colleagues of mine do an enormous amount of work in South Africa around the energy transition. Extremely hard. Why? Because 90% of South Africa's energy sector is dependent on coal. And a lot of the employment in South Africa is in relation to coal mining and coal energy power plants. So we need to be asking ourselves these hard questions without imposing, oh, we need to be green just right away and cut jobs. It's not possible. But we need to understand what the trade-offs are to be able to put the right mechanisms in place.
1 minute.
First, I want my 90 minutes back to answer this question.
1 minute. Don't.
I agree that politicians listen selectively and the politicians follow the money. Where does the money come from? It comes from corporations. The extractive industry wants to get as much coal and oil out of the ground as they can before the party's over. The automobile industry wants to sell as many cars as they can. The airline industry wants to fly as many routes as they can before the party's over. The children have no voice, no vote, no money, no power. Politicians are smart, but they have short-term interest, and their primary interest is staying in power. They do not need to worry about the voiceless and the weak. I refuse to give up. I come from a nation, a once great nation, no longer, but a once great nation formed on revolution. Maybe that's the solution. I thank you all again for including me, and I hope we can continue this conversation in the future. Great seeing all of you.
I have a question, please.
So now we only have, we stop here. There's plenty of questions. Omar, we can talk. You can talk with them, okay?
Professor Piga, what we have to do in this case? Can I ask or propose or?
Okay. On Omar.
Okay. So, Omar Al-Barraj, I'm from Lebanon. I work in the Central Tender Board, the foreseen public procurement authority. So back to the climate now, the climate have changed a little bit in the room. So if the professor allow me to make a proposition for the next generation to propose a sustainable and innovative solution to make the room more
more air conditioned. The second one is like to replace this ventilator with more sustainable, innovative solution, because I think we can produce some electricity while waving. We can put some lights, some heating issues. We can put some solar panel on it, put it in the sun, and charge our phones. So that's it. That's it for me for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Omar. So we close here. We have only 5 minutes break, and then we start again with the last question, last session, last but not least of today. Okay, so we just changed the speakers. Thank you so much to everybody. Can you take the seat and we start?
I'm afraid that all the male speaker until now wear a tie and a jacket, but we are just simply like this at the end of the day. And please take it as another form of adaptation. You know?
Thanks everybody for coming back. I'm really sorry for the shortage of water. I'm really sorry. We do not know what happened in the catering services. They just went away with all the water we have asked to have here. I'm sorry. We're trying to find a solution. Please bear with us, really. It's a procurement problem, it seems, that we have not been able to procure correctly. Exactly. Okay, so let me introduce our two speakers. They've been nice and they're gonna save few minutes for each presentation so that we can recover a bit of our late starting. So first of all, we're gonna have John Hawkins talking. John is Program Director of Engineering Against Poverty, where he is responsible for strategic development and overseeing program delivery. This includes the Infrastructure Transparency Initiative that currently operates in 19 countries. John has structured procurement, health and safety, local content and corruption for organizations such as the Institution of Civil Engineering, the South Bank University, and the World Bank. Then we're gonna have Takashi Ito. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Yes, thank you. He focuses on sound contract implementation in the projects funded by Japan International Cooperation Agency. He has represented JICA in a lot of international gatherings organized by different organizations in this field and has been appointed as JICA's representative to FIDIC IFI's advisory group. So, John, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Annalise. And thank you very much for the invitation. It's wonderful. This is my first in-person conference. And I was just saying, it's amazing how I've been able to concentrate so much better having face-to-face contact than another Zoom event. And it's really fantastic. So let's just, that works. So, okay, so as I've been introduced, I'm from Engineers Against Poverty. We're a small not-for-profit based in the UK that's focused over the last 20 years really on the interface of engineering infrastructure and international development. And over, I suppose, about 15 years ago, when I was kind of pulled into this space, having really been looking at it from a UK perspective, procurement as an enabler of what we then were terming social development opportunities became something we became, I don't know about obsessed about, but it's something that's really been very much part of our thinking over this period. And the research we're doing, a lot of it's some of it's action research as well. Health and safety kept coming up in many, many countries, generally in the background, informally. People saying, yeah, we have all these standards, but things just don't seem to be happening on the ground. So in terms of thinking about health and safety, and it's very interesting that a lot of this program was shaped by responses from previous students, that this is something they would like to hear more about. Does seem to be this issue about, now we seem to have globally some interesting legislation in many different sectors, including construction, trying to hold clients and contractors accountable for what happens on the ground. And being responsible for workers, often we think about construction workers, they're often at the poorest end of society, often poor laborers that are unskilled. But we also know that it's very, very dangerous work. But then we've kind of, in our discussions, really regulators, and we've heard this earlier, in this kind of parallel world to procurement, the regulators' task of enforcement lacked resources, lacked capacity to really monitor what was happening on construction sites. So there was this kind of, we've been having this discussion, you can see it in kind of how the FIDIC conditions of contract that many of you, I'm sure, have operated, have been developed over the years, this kind of emphasis on how can procurement and conditions of contracts help to ensure compliance, to make sure we actually achieve what's in the legislation, but also to raise standards. Can, through procurement, we change the culture? Because as we all know, unfortunately, thousands of people are hurt on construction sites, and even thousands of people die on construction sites every year. And procurement becomes even more important, and Takashi and I had a brief chat about this last week, when the health and safety legislation, particularly around construction and public procurement of infrastructure, is not in place. So again, we can really use procurement, use the mechanisms within the contractual system, the supervision system, to raise standards and make sure there is some kind of good baseline. But also, and I have to say, I have been guilty of using the phrase that was mentioned this morning of second generational reforms in talking in a conversation I had a few months ago with someone fairly senior at the World Bank. And this kind of change from transaction approach that we've talked about this morning, talk about promoting broader policy goals, and this demand, political demand for creating jobs and disadvantaged groups being employed, both particularly women. We hear a lot now in the construction sector how to get more women into the workplace, both professionally but also as labourers, and then more disadvantaged kind of ethnic groups as well. But then we come on to the bugbear of lowest price, which I think has been one of the themes of the day. You know, we can't get away from the fact that this has created a set of behaviours that may have not been, is not desirable. And I'm going to be reflecting on this during the presentation and how really it's not just compromise health and safety standards, because when a contractor's running out of money, what do they pull? And it's unfortunately, it's the standards on site. But also it's affected the business model in the industry. And I'll be reflecting on that, particularly with a fantastic, really, really interesting paper from the US that was published last October. So we're just going to, where I think I got a real baptism around health and safety in the world. Obviously, a lot of our works in the developing world was in Tanzania. So we're just going to show you 5 minutes. I'm going to reduce it a little. Really just emphasizes the importance of this issue in terms of development and poverty reduction. Thank you.
Kazi ni muhimu kwa maendeleo ya taifa lolote hapa duniani. Hata hivyo, katika kutenda kazi, watu wengi hupata madhara makubwa kutokana na aina ya kazi wanazofanya, kama vile ajali na madhara mengine. Kuna changamoto nyingi sana kuhusiana na madhara yatokanayo na masuala ya afya na usalama, na hili sio kama Tanzania, katika nchi zingine na hata shirika la kazi duniani ILO imetambua hili. Takwimu shirika duniani zinaonyesha kwamba ajali na magonjwa mengine yatokanayo na kazi kuwa kila sekunde 15 basi moja kubwa na wafanyakazi 160 huwa na ajali zitokanazo na kazi. Kwa kila siku watu 63 kufa kutokana na ajali zitokanazo na kazi au magonjwa yatokanayo na kazi. Hii ina maana katika sekta ya ujenzi tunakuwa na watu wanafikiri kwamba ni vitu vidogo, lakini kumbe mwishoni inaweza kuzikandiwa, kujaliwa na kutizamwa, inaweza ikaleta madhara makubwa sana katika kazi. Mambo haya ni kama kuanguka kutoka juu, kuteleza sehemu za kazi, umeme na mazingira yake ambayo ndio mazuri. Utakuta kama kuna misumari sehemu ya kazi watu wanafanya vile vifaa wanavyovitumia, wasivyo kujipanga vizuri, inaweza ikaleta ajali na hatari katika maisha ya wafanyakazi pale. Bao unaweka ofisi bila misumari, kamchoma mtu, kuna vumbi kuangaliwa inaleta madhara, kuna mwanga mbali hata kwa wale wanaotumia au wanaotumia wanapaswa kuwa na vitendea kazi. Kuna mechi na kulipa pale, watu wanapaswa kuwa na vitendea kazi waweze kwa kuna mashine zinazotumika ambazo zina mtikisiko mkubwa. Vyote hivyo ni vitu ambavyo vinatakiwa kuangalia. Kuna hata magari transportation zinazopeleka mzigo au mbao, vitu vinavyotumika katika ujenzi. Je, inaingia katika sehemu husika na kutokea sehemu inayotakiwa? Hakuna migongano kati ya magari na magari na watu. Je, wafanyakazi na waajiri wao mawasiliano bora? Je, mawasiliano haya yanaweza kumpa mfanyakazi stress akiwa huko juu akaweza kupata ajali ya kuanguka? Ni vitu mbalimbali vya kuangalia kama
katika historia ya tatu, watu wengi hujihusisha na kazi zisizo salama kutokana na adhabu zisizofaa katika kazi, aidha kutokana na usemi wa uajiri au uajiriwa, hupelekea watu kupata madhara na magonjwa ambayo yameepukika kama sheria za kazi zingefuatwa vyema.
Kupata ajali sababu kitu kigeni, najua jambo la ndio mabadiliko. Baada ya kufunga kazi na kufunga kazi ndio tena kazi sisi kama
Okay, you can stop the video. Hi, you can stop the video there. Okay, so this video is on YouTube, and the first part's in 20 minutes. The second half is really quite dramatic because our cameraman fell from the 3rd story of a building and broke his leg. The difference between Stephen you saw there and our cameraman is we could pay for good healthcare, and he was taken to Nairobi where he was unconscious for 4 days from Dar es Salaam, and he could have his leg properly looked after. But that's the difference between someone, a labourer, very poor, against our cameraman who we could look after. And there's also another story with where you really hear about how this impacts on the family. But I will be showing you a good example of health and safety from Tanzania in a little while. And I want to reflect really of there's a lot of, with the IFC, the ILO, the multilaterals, there's a lot of good material on health and safety standards within the sector. But then there is, as I said, this really, to me, highlights the problem in implementation. These pictures were taken 5 years ago in Kampala with our team, our partners in Uganda. And it's really, in theory, between the KCCA, which is the Kampala Capital City Authority, had an agreement with the bank around safety standards, but they clearly were not being implemented. And it's the one on the right, particularly that shocks me, because that is very, very hot asphalt, and he's not wearing protective clothing. And when our colleague spoke to the site supervisor, he said, well, the workers aren't interested in wearing this equipment. So how is the message percolating down from these standards down to the supervisor who is appointed by the client to ensure people understand why this is important? Then Qatar. So this really reflects kind of a global pattern within local context. I'm sure you're aware a lot of human rights organizations have been focusing on Qatar over the last decade, and we've been very much working on the inside if Amnesty are shouting from the outside, focusing really on pragmatic solutions, talking to the Supreme Organizing Committee, who actually were pretty open to various conversations about, well, the kafala system was off the table, which really is the recruitment system that's used. But things like how we can improve living conditions, how we can improve working conditions was on the table. And then we kind of went in a slightly different direction, because the really human rights lobby looking at wages, but it has implications for health and safety as well, because ultimately there's a reason why we have migration across the world into the sector. You know, you look at Europe, the country, I'm from London, you know, until Brexit, most of the people on construction sites were from Poland and Eastern Europe. But then we had Ukrainians move to Poland, and people from Central Asia moved to Ukraine, following the money. You look at Latin America, Brazilian World Cup, there were lots of people from Paraguay on those, on the Olympic sites there. So construction attracts migrants, and that creates issues around health and safety, as well as people want to get paid. And when we did our research, there was an unanswered question which we were really thinking about related to procurement. Who actually employs workers in these kind of what are largely public procurement exercises? Because the business model for the industry has changed. It's known as the Fisher economy. Because the contractors, particularly in the UK, in America, and in the Gulf, they're focusing on their core competencies and almost become project managers. They don't employ people largely now. So if you're a client and or from the public procurement agency, you've got to think now about, well, yes, I'm appointing a contractor, I'm putting these safety measures in place, but that's then going down to a myriad of SMEs, trades, and then people who were historically employed are now employed as consultants or businesses in their own right, probably slightly out of their depth. So the risk has fallen down around these issues, down the supply chain. And a couple of months ago, my colleague Jill Wells, who I think Gustavo originally approached to do this slot, who is early 80s, says she's going to retire many times, but then kept saying to me, "No, John, I have unfinished business." And but traveling is a bit beyond her now. And she shared this paper to me, said, "Look, you phoned me up, we've got to talk. Have you seen this?" This paper by Mark Ehrlich, and entitled The Original Gig Economy, because we always think about tech as the gig economy, but construction over the last 50 years has really changed. And the US is fascinating in terms of almost a deliberate misclassification of workers as self-employed, trying to initially reducing union power and costs, because really in public procurement terms at state level, particularly, price was driving competition. And firms were thinking, okay, well, if I strip out, if I'm employing a carpenter and in some other trades, the costs are higher, I can save 35% on my wage bill. So there's that temptation, and it's become a cycle. So now in the US, as I'm sure you're aware, the construction industry, particularly in the southern states, is dominated by undocumented migrants. And the regulators are under-resourced, unwilling to enforce standards. I was going to do Mentimeter, but I'm not, because we haven't got time. I thought about this earlier, but it'd be kind of just have a think about, okay, my country, where are the workers in this? We developed this post-Qatar because we really struggled to pin this down. You talk to contractors and they go, even the main contractors. And there was a very good responsible contracting group who, again, informally were looking at the interest in these issues, mainly kind of European contractors, less interest from the US. which we thought was interesting. But we think largely a lot of these workers were third, fourth tier. So the information has to travel down that chain to make sure standards are being implemented. So think about if we're on a standard 40 million road contract, who actually is responsible for the workers? How do I get this information down? Maintenance is simpler, but then often the supervision is lacking. So have a think about it in your context. Who is employing people if I want to get these standards fully implemented? So I will share some good practice. And I promised Takashi I'll share this with him because he said this is something our Japanese contractors do struggle with their supply chains on JICA funded work. So this was the Tazara intersection in Dar es Salaam. If you've never been to Dar es Salaam, it has just diabolical traffic problems. This is on the road from the airport into the city, but there were some very good measures they took, and there were 0 accidents. Really having good health and safety management plans, engaging the local police in terms of traffic management, but talking to the workers regularly in morning meetings, having a toolbox so the workers understand what the risks and dangers are, and having the right equipment obviously means particularly we know that one of the highest risks are falls from elevated areas. So having that equipment in place is vital as well. It's hard to believe it's 10 years since London 2012, because anyone who lives in London will tell you it was an amazing experience. And I was loosely involved in London 2012 because in my old job, I helped set up the adjudication panel for London 2012. So I got to see some of the documents and hear what was happening. And what was really fascinating is, and I think it's because it's profile, people want to perform well on these kind of projects. Health and safety was part of the procurement strategy. The Olympic Delivery Authority really insisted to their suppliers, this has got to be pushed down. But we're setting the KPIs, you have to deliver, you need to use your procedures, you need to set the right behaviors, you need to train your workers, but also have a monitoring system. So we are reporting on accidents and near misses, and making sure these procedures could be used and repeated. As you can say, it really, the UK is not too bad. There's still problems in the sector, but by and large, I think the number of deaths, fatalities in the sector has gone down by halved in the last 20 years. And then we have some good practice measures in terms of Singapore and Hong Kong. Both kind of went through a transition in the 90s in terms of how they procured. They, in terms of getting away from lowest price, including health and safety as a component within technical evaluations, making sure it's priced properly. It was interesting this morning about transparency. Obviously, transparency, given this is what I spend a lot of my time on, we believe is very much a good thing. And something we've been thinking about, and we tested this in Tanzania, can we publish health and safety around fatalities and accidents as part of kind of contractual data in terms of procurement data that's being published? Because it's meant to be published elsewhere, but can we join the dots? Can we pull it together as a deterrent and change that culture? And then just coming towards the end now, we also have to think about who uses that infrastructure, and particularly during construction, who's nearby. And through the Infrastructure Transparency Initiative, our programs in Thailand and Uganda both have these kind of community meetings, literally by the side of the road. What does this road mean to you as citizens? What are the key issues? And it's been something most parts of the world we've operated this. And when it came to roads, safety was very, very important to them. And because we're having a dialogue with the authorities there, making sure information is publicly available, the authorities and building some trust, the authorities responded positive. And Doreen here works for the Ugandan Public Procurement Authority and lived in the town where these changes were made. I'll come on to, I'm going to come on to that right at the end and go back. Grenfell. Now, if you don't know about Grenfell, this 5 years ago, a large tower block, residential tower block in London, West London, burnt and 72 people died. I can see it when there's a flyover near where I live, and I can see it anytime I'm driving over that flyover. It's still, that scaffolding is still there as a monument. And the public inquiry is now into at least its third year. And last October, there was a play based on the verbatim scripts and evidence that has been coming out of the inquiry, called value engineering, which is a euphemism, which I'm sure many of you have heard that term, which is now become wholly discredited in the UK because of Grenfell. The background is that the tower about a decade ago was refurbished by the local authority through their the wholly publicly owned company they had. And if you don't know London, this is in one of the wealthiest parts of the world. I mean, this is where around the corner is where Russian oligarchs launder their money in London property. It's also, though, a tower block where most of the people who died were black and brown and not often born in London. But inquiries really demonstrated some real frailties within our public procurement system, where there was clearly a representative of the client had a meeting with the preferred bidder who didn't know they were preferred bidder at a conference and suggested it'd be really helpful if you could reduce your price before we announce you're the preferred bidder. The contractor then says, okay, finds the savings and pockets half of them. Corruption, probably, in the UK, oh no, we don't have that. And then this culture of buck passing between designers, the local authority, the contractor, no one taking responsibility with unqualified staff. And we're scratching the surface on this. Really, it has huge implications for public procurement in the UK. Peter's not here at the moment, but it'd be great to get his take on what he thinks is coming out of the inquiry. And this is just a summary of what we've been looking at over the years, kind of some just key measures, just to really prompt thinking. It's not in principles. And I think one of the key things really in terms of coming out of discussion today is how to engage the market. Can the market deliver what we're expecting of them in these countries? Can your main contractors set up to deliver what you're expecting of them? Do we actually need to modify and be realistic and get the culture that ensures ultimately that we're supporting workers, raising their living standards for their families, and they have long and successful careers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, for scratching the surface for us and opening up the light on this. So now the floor to Takashi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I'm very much honored to be the last speakers at the end of this day, long day. And I'm afraid that look at that relaxed guy. Well, you must be tired after full of information. You may also be saturated. And I'm sorry to say that I was talking about things of very technical nature, because I'm talking about the specification, safety specification based on our meticulous works. But my conclusions are relatively simple. I have three things. The first conclusion is that, well, our specification, the safety specification that we have developed, can be a direct solution for promotion of the construction safety, where famous physical conditions contractor used, because our safety specification addresses the issues of not only what to do, but also how to do. So addresses the how to do, how to promote the process to ensure safety on construction safety on the site, and wherever the national legal framework is not sufficient, can also be a good complement because our safety specification, of course, also addresses, what to do. And the second conclusion is that, nevertheless, no matter how detailed documents are prepared and used, the most essential things for promotion of the construction safety is the commitment or determination of the employer. And the third thing is that, while a public procurement can resolve some a part of the problem, but not everything, not all the problems. And sound contract management is a kind of must for follow-up. And I believe that last two things may relate not only to the safety issues, but also other aspects of sustainable development. So let's start my presentation. So please, next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. 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 Just show just very brief presentation of JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency. It's one of the biggest bilateral funding agency, providing more than 10 billion US dollars every year. And of course, we are Asian institution, so our major battlefield Asian countries where a very huge infrastructure demand is there. And why we published this safety specification? Because in fact, there were a very huge and record-breaking accident in Vietnam in the past. Many people died and more people got injured. And this is really a record-breaking construction accident in the history of Japanese ODA, or even all the all the infrastructure projects funded by international funding agencies. And this still constitutes a kind of trauma for us. And so since then, we have worked at a lot of policy documents or any other documents, but still, a number of construction accidents on the site funded by our agency still remain high. And these are some examples of construction accidents which took place in reality. So, for example, on the top of the list, a local people lying on the railway track was run over by the wagon. So obviously there was no safety barriers to prohibit entrance of the local people. And second one is that there was a victim wearing a safety harness, but it was a very old one, and rope of the harness was cut off and died. And third thing is that high tower crane fell down and caused a fatal accident. And these things are very classic ones, and which could have been avoided if the contractor had taken very basic safety measures on the construction site. And of course, the contractor has a primary responsibility to ensure the construction safety, and this must be required. This must be logically required by the law of the country. But unfortunately, there are a certain number of countries where their national legal framework is not really sufficient. Well, just take an example of one of the major client countries for my agency. There is a safety, occupational safety act in that country, but only applicable to the factory workers. So not on the construction site, for example. And of course, there are countries where a high level of, or any a certain level of a legal framework is there, but the laws and regulations generally only fix what to do. So obligation, mainly by the contractor, most of the things which should be done by the contractor, but not really talk about the process, how to do. So how to reach that result. And in fact, that is a role which can be played by a specification in the contractual framework. So that's why we have developed this safety specification. Okay, well, I skipped several slides, and under our procurement guidelines, we require the borrower and the executing agency to use our standard bidding documents, and which incorporate physical conditions contract for the civil works contract. And a part of the contract document, we hope that our safety specification will be built in. So starting from the requiring a safety plan, a so-called bid stage safety plan at the time of bid, as well as safety declaration to be prepared by the bidders. And then in the contract documents, the specification will be integrated as a part of the specifications, which include any other part, any other aspect of technical nature. And well, just like this. So anyway, it will be a part of the contractual documents. So that the things which are required here will be part of the contractual requirement to the contractor. Well, so of course we have a certain number of stakeholders, in particular the famous the engineer within the framework of FIDIC, and so usually we're assumed by an engineering consultant. So the consultants are expected to prepare a bid document and with our safety specification, and then evaluate the bid stage safety plan submitted by the bidders, and also check the safety declaration. And after the construction contract is signed, and the engineer will work as a contract administrator to check for efficient check and balance within the framework of the contract administration. So review certain document, and sometimes give an instruction, safety instructions, including suspension of the work at the time of the accident, a kind of thing. And the contractor have to pay a sufficient attention to their preparation of the tender, so including a bid safety plan, and execute the work in accordance with the specification, because that is a part of their contractual obligations. Then a very short presentation on the structure of a safety specification, and in fact I have 3 copies of a printed version here. So anyone who are interested in after my presentations, serve yourself. And in fact, our safety specification is just like this, relatively concise, and only contains 160 pages. Well, it's still important, but in fact, there is in this world there is very much standing alone type safety specification, like safety specification of the U.S. Army, because they construct military camps or military bases all over the world, and they apply their own safety specification, which contains more than thousands of pages. but we try to avoid that kind of, very huge, voluminous, specification, because it will not be very much practical for users. And so to attain that objective, we sometimes refer to some specific clauses of internationally recognized and publicly available safety standard, like OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration Act administration standard, or UK British standard, or some others. All of these, internationally recognized and publicly available, or at least easily accessible standard. And by doing so, we could realize a relatively concise, a safety specification like this. And then, this is to show how to refer those internationally recognized standards. For example, this is an example of personal protective equipment. Inside of this, there's a clause of head protection, helmet or something like this. So head protection, which says head protection shall ensure a level of performance that is equal to or greater than the following standards. And we refer to some of the internationally recognized standards, kind of thing. And then this is the whole structure of a safety standard, and composed of 9 chapters. And the first 6 chapters served for any kind of work. So, in fact, the general requirements occupies a most important part. If I remember well, 60 or 70 pages. So that is the part that specifies how to ensure, who, again, laws and regulation, national regulation, will talk about what to do, or in particular, what to do by the contractor, but not how to do. So who in the contractor should do this? So, for example, so our safety specification talk about who in the contractor, according to what kind of procedure, process, and with the participation of the contract administrator, I mean the engineer, the consulting firm. So these concentrated in particular in the chapter 1 on general requirement, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Underground, existing underground, etc., or the utility things, and the contractors' equipment, and the hoisting, and the rigging, and the temporary works, which take place in every part of the civil works contract, and then some particular works, kind of excavation, founding, and concrete work, something. Of course, all of these don't cover everything, but anyway, I believe that this specification can cover, a good part of the, safety issues in the normal and ordinary construction site. And general requirements start from the safety declaration, under the slogan of zero accident. And of course, this is a contractual requirement. So just kind of, small explanation, very short explanation on the relation to the laws and the regulation of the country. And then start the process. So different safety plans, starting from the bid stage one, very brief and outline one, and followed by updated, so-called baseline safety plan that contractor will submit to the engineer after the signing of the contract to update the bid safety plan and any other particular safety plan depending on the necessity. And here, some procedure for submission review. So, for example, particular safety plan shall be submitted by the date 40 days prior to the commencement of the particular works to the engineer, and the engineer may review and then may give notice on the possible non-compliance to the contract, for example. So this is this is how can I say, to give the employer or the engineer a tool to manage the contract or control the contractor. Okay, so unfortunately, in this world, there is a situation where the safety is completely depending on the performance of the contractor. So if the employer can employ or recruit a good contractor, well, there would be a small number of accidents, but bad contractor, a lot of accident, etc., etc. So we hope that, well, by fixing all the processes, kind of thing, by our specification, we could provide the employer and the engineer with tools to control and monitor the performance of the contractor, good or bad, anyway. So, well, so we expect the engineer to play certain role or fundamental role in the promotion of the safety on the construction site. So the engineer is expected to observe the contractor's performance at the site and may instruct the contractor to necessary corrective and preventive measures. And in case of accident, well, may suspend the work and require the contractor to investigate the cause. And then at the side of the contractor, of course, the contractor have to appoint a responsible person, which is generally called health and safety officer, who assumes a primary role inside the contractor and a leading role for promotion of the safety. So here are some example of the role to be played by the HSO. So for example, preparation of the monthly schedule for management and regular inspections and temporary stopping of the works in case of danger or potential danger, or in case of accident, investigating the cause and propose recovery plan, a kind of thing. Okay. Well, I skipped several slides. Well, in fact, a good percentage of construction accident on the construction site funded by our agency to take place in relation to the temporary works. So we this specification requires the contractor to follow the management standard of the British standard in relation to the temporary works, for example. And well, just an example of chapter 2, general safety measures, which contains a very classical type of accident, like entry of people, or fall prevention, or falling objects, that kind of thing, or fire prevention, kind of thing. Just an example of fall prevention. Well, one construction work at the height. Well, some handrails or should be, etc. So kind of thing, and some just a couple of example of some specific part of chapter 7 and chapter 8, following part of our specification. So excavation work, for example. We expect the role HSO to play a proactive role. For example, prohibit workers from entering the working area until the potential danger will be removed, for example, kind of thing. Then, in addition to the specification, we have prepared a user guide. So guide for use of the employer, because simply giving by giving specification, very technical document to the employer, well, they may get lost. So guide for users for better use of our specification, but in fact, inside of this, of course, we put some very technical recommendation to the users, but also, include our political statement, our position, a political statement, or anyway. So, for example, we expect that 1.6, we expect that the employer will disqualify any bid which is materially non-responsive as for the safety aspect. So not very serious safety plan or a kind of thing, or any other part of their technical proposal or even financial proposal, which may relate to the technical safety matters. And in fact, the most important message from our part is here. 1.7, we would like to say that safe construction sites are created from a sound working environment. For example, sufficient time for bidding is necessary for the potential bidders to evaluate risks, correctly evaluate risks on the construction site. And reasonable time for completion after signing, because too short time for completion may compromise safety. And reasonable and continuous access to the site, because unfortunately there are so many construction sites where local people are still there due to the delay of resettlement. And normally, or logically speaking, the employer should remove all the settlers, dwellers from the construction site before the start of the construction work. But unfortunately, this is not the case very frequently. So free access or reasonable access to the site should be ensured to the contractor, because that may compromise, the opposite case may compromise the safety as well. And reasonably detailed data on subsurface, underground conditions or hydrological conditions at the site, because it is also very much important to assess the risk of the construction. And sufficient working and storage area for the site. This is particularly important in case of huge construction works in the urban area. Traffic are there, people are there, and then construction site is very narrow, and it is very constitute a very huge potential danger for the safety. And also the question of the cost. And we hope that this morning Peter talked about that. Said that it is impossible to pursue all the different objectives at the same time. Same for the construction safety. Time, money, and quality. So these three things are sometimes incompatible. So if you would like to realize the construction safety, the employer should be ready to pay reasonable cost. So, for example, their cost estimates should be prepared, based on the practical construction method, and in a given natural and social environment. So otherwise, cost underestimate will compromise the safety, because that may impose the unreasonable contract price on the contractor, and then contractor will be incentivized to cut cost, reasonable cost even, for example. Well, after that, there are some examples of how to pricing, pricing question in the bill of quantity. So this is a very technical thing. So our specification is available also available on the website. And anyway, So coming back to my conclusion, in particular, the second last, two last conclusion. Just to by giving you a very amazing example. And some time ago, there was an accident caused in one of the major clients' countries, fatal accident on the waterfront, so near the water. I don't remember it was a river water or sea water, but anyway, a couple of workers fell in the water and died. And contractor after that accident to resume the work, contractor submitted a recovery plan to the engineer and also the employer. And there are a certain number of actions proposed on the list. And on the top of the list, the contractor said that, well, when we carry out similar work in the future, we will assign workers who can swim. For me, it was a simple joke. But the employer finally accepts that recovery plan and allows the contractor to resume the work. So again, no matter how detailed documents are prepared and used, the most decisive and essential factor for the construction safety is the commitment by the employer. That's true. And the second factor is that, no matter how detailed documents are available, and well, no matter how good contractor you employed, well, sound contractor management is a must. As the employer, or even through the contract administrator, well, the engineer, I mean, well, you should control reasonably the contractor as a follow-up at the stage of the contract management. Otherwise, simple good procurement process doesn't resolve all the problems. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have one question from the chat, and then the Steve there. So the question is, I believe for John, why was value engineering a problem in the UK case? Sorry.
So value engineering was a term that was developed to really encourage, when contractors were awarded the contract, to really think about their method statements and think how they could do things better. Can we use new technology? Can we be more efficient? Can we improve the quality of what was being built? So that was really the origins of the term. But like everything, like a lot of what we talked about, it became a euphemism for cutting costs. And Grenfell was really an example of that. It was the client saying, what's the value, where are we going to do value engineering here, and feeding that down into the contract and down through the supply chain to cut costs. And as we saw, the cladding, we should never have been approved in the first place, and that's a regulation issue, was then bought, and obviously the consequences we all know about. So, and I use value engineering because, as I said, there's a theatrical play that was in the UK last autumn. That's actually now going to be a TV production, and probably on Channel 4 in the autumn again, and probably on a streaming service very near that you will be able to see it.
One, and then give the the word to Steve. Stephen correctly brought up measures of performance in the last session, outcomes versus process, and I would like to specifically address the concept of value. Is anyone on the panel aware of any performance measure of value engineering that is non-economically operationalized in practice? You want to enter before they answer?
No, but it speaks to the series of questions, and these are mostly open-ended opportunities for you to narrow in on some of these things. So first, very significant, this issue of value and cost. It's obviously less expensive if we're willing to treat humans as expendable. And the question is, what price premium are we willing to pay for safety or zero deaths or zero injuries? So that's one. Second, One thing that we saw many years ago from the trade community was that demanding safe environments from contractors was a form of discrimination. So what we heard from the contractors in the developing world was, that's fine for you Westerners with all of your high tech. Our labor is cheap and our population is expendable and we can build scaffolding 60 stories in the air, but you're saying we can't have the work just because we don't have your advanced safety standards. The other one I want to ask about is the role of insurance, because we've seen plenty of contractors say, I don't have to worry about keeping these people safe. If they die, I'll pay their family, and insurance is a cost of doing business. And I want to bring that back, my last point. One thing that we saw with the proliferation of contractors in the battle space, very different, not so much mercenaries, but support contractors supporting the military around the world, is the mandate there is only insurance, but complete assumption of risk. So how do you respond to the countries that say, our only mandate is insurance, you either have to protect your people or insure them, and we don't care which. Thanks so much. Great presentations.
Who starts? John?
Thank you, Steve. It's a very, very good question, and I think the incentives are, we got to try and create the right incentive structure. I mean, that clearly is, and that I think it really does come from the client who's ultimately procuring the infrastructure and trying to say, okay, what am I prepared to accept here? Because really, we can't, if we are, it seems perverse that we're building infrastructure then potentially sacrificing a certain percentage of the population to build something that is there to ultimately improve potentially human lives. I think one of the things is productivity. If we're having accidents on site, that slows down the schedule, it slows down productivity. So we've really got to say to clients, contractors need to understand there's a productivity element to this that affects your balance sheet. So it sounds terrible when we talk about human life and talk about productivity, but I think it is an incentive. I think insurance is is an interesting question, and it'd be interesting to. We've been talked about this is, well, if a contractor is if there's a particular business that is known to employ good safety standards, are their insurance premiums potentially lower than other companies who may not have those insurance premiums? But then, as I've shown earlier, there seems, certainly in the UK market, no, and I think in the US market, these big firms aren't, someone like Bechtel, for example, how many workers are they actually employing? There was a large Australian company we were talking to, and they didn't want to return our emails after a while about this question, about particularly around liability of paying. We said, well, maybe there should be liability on contractors if subcontractors aren't paying their staff. So really, we've got to really work on the industry to understand the incentives to really improve safety standards, I think is my main point. And trying to get that culture to aim for 0 deaths.
Well, as for the cost issue, well, I'll say that, well, of course, there are some exceptions. For example, Olympic Stadium in London or Tokyo, which requires some innovative technology and kind of thing. But most of the civil works contract require only conventional engineering solutions, and there must be a very standard solution, and the employer, assisted by the consulting firms, is expected to take into account that factors. And what's happened sometimes is that, at the stage of the cost estimation, they take into account of the cost of the permanent works only, and underestimate the cost of the temporary work. So, so if so in the world of civil engineering, there is a kind of theory or a kind of standard that for this kind of construction works, this kind of construction method will be used, and then this kind of temporary works are necessary, or kind of thing. So, so all the cost estimate or cost which should be borne by the employer executing agency should be based on that reasonable process. So that is one thing. And as for the insurance, of course, the insurance can compensate financially, but a life which is lost can never be recovered. So it's not directly comparative.
So any other question? You start to be tired. Okay, so I think we're gonna close now. Just before going, three things. The first one is, please remember our survey, feedback survey, today or tomorrow. It's really important for us because based on this, we're gonna design next year conference. So please be kind with us and do the survey. Second thing is that finally we found the water for you. So going out. Yes, it's not too much. So let's say 1 glass for everyone. Okay, so we're gonna keep you as to arrive at home. And the third one is that as you saw today, we've been enjoying a taxi strike. So I'm sorry for that, but we have organized a taxi point at the end. So those of you who need a taxi, just be patient, go there, and we will find a way to find a taxi for you. Okay, so thank you so much. See you tomorrow. We start sharp at 9:30.
you.